Where did Kisara run off to?
You don't think she took off after Kelzelik, do you?
No. Miguel entrusted her with his dream. She wouldn't do something reckless like that. Right now, I think she just needs time to think. What she does from here on out is up to her. She has to be the one to decide.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
You all arrived here from Cyslodia, yes? In that case, you should depart via the south gate, rather than the one you arrived through.
After all that, Kisara never came back to see us.
I'm surprised she slipped away without us noticing. Where would she even go? I hope this place survives. You think the Dahnans and Renans have a chance of getting along? We didn't really do much to change things around here, did we?
This realm had its own walls to overcome. And in the end, it was the people themselves who decided to break them down, without any help from us. I hope they keep going. I really do.
Yeah, well, if you say so, I guess. Huh?
All right. I leave command of the Gold Dust Cats in your hands.
You've got nothing to worry about, Kisara. I'll do your brother proud.
Looks like it's time to go. Take good care of Zare for me. All right, Lagiel?
You've got it. Stay safe, Kisara.
Did you come to say goodbye?
Actually, I was wondering if you could use another companion.
Huh?
Well, we certainly don't mind you coming along. We just figured you'd stay behind and help rebuild. These people could use you.
I thought much the same thing. However, in the end, something changed my mind. Ever since Miguel died, I've been thinking a lot. About where I went wrong, what I should have done differently. You know, that sort of thing. It's true that our dream of coexistence saved many Dahnan lives, but we were naive and short-sighted. I was so wrapped up in my idea of how things should be that I didn't see the problems that existed right in front of us. I thought we had been given a utopia. And so I never bothered to look too far past its surface. I chose to be ignorant. And because of that, because of me, My brother.
Miguel's death wasn't your fault, Kisara.
Perhaps you're right. But in the end, it was me he entrusted this dream to. I learned that nothing in this life is free, or gained without sacrifice. Now that I know that, I'll just have to figure out what else I don't know.
So, decided to join us?
I have. And hopefully I can continue to protect Elda Menancia from outside the dream world, for the sake of those still inside.
And here I thought you joined for an opportunity on my life.
In all honesty, I'm grateful to you. I truly am. I don't blame you for what happened. But I must also leave your service. No longer will I be defined by protecting a Renan Lord. From now on, when I fight to protect my dream. All I ask is that you do your part, that you fight alongside me, not just for those who used to believe in your dream, but for those that still do. Dohalim.
I understand. I'm no longer a lord anyway.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger. All right, where to, team?
We make for Mahag Sar, the Valley of the Four Winds.
I'm amazed how easily you can move such a giant shield around like it's nothing.
Really? It's not actually as heavy as it looks.
It's really reassuring to have someone like you protecting us, though.
You know, I guess I never realized it before, but looking back, I've always been the sort to put myself in harm's way to protect those around me, even before I joined the Elda Menancia Guard. So, in a way, using this shield to keep you all safe feels like it's what I was meant to do.
You don't need to worry about protecting me. I don't plan on relying on you.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you do or not. I don't protect people because they ask me to. I do it because I want to, and because I think it's the right thing to do. That goes for you too, Dohalim.
Me?
Yes. You see, you and I both want the same thing. We have the same goal. That means it's in my best interest to continue to protect and keep you safe as well. Even now.
I'm not sure how much protecting I'll need either, but I appreciate the thought. I'm sure you'll do us proud, Kisara.
Right. You can all count on me.
What was Kelzalek even after in the end?
Isn't it obvious? Clearly he wanted the throne for himself, and was gonna have his goons execute Dohalim to get it.
He had to have known he couldn't hope to defeat a lord. He should have run while he had the chance, instead of holding himself up in the palace.
Maybe he thought he couldn't run? Either way, the outcome's the same.
So he got desperate and decided to go for broke?
One might argue that he was another victim of mine, in a sense.
Huh?
There is no greater calling in life to a Renan than the crown contest, yet I refused to take part. The shock he felt at that must have been truly immense. Enough to drive him to revolt, even though doing so meant defying Renan hierarchy.
I know I've said this before, but Dahnans and Renans wouldn't coexist here if it wasn't for your stance.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shionne!
No, she's absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Mahag Saar. That makes 4 out of the 5 realms that I've visited now.
I wonder what kind of lord we're gonna find there.
It doesn't matter.
Out of our way!
Rising Wyvern!
Eat this! I'll run you through! Blow away!
Flawless flight!
It's
It's irreversible! You gotta jump for cover,
Now
okay?
you see what I can do! It! Eat this!
Wind here, go!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to...
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Go no further! Hear me! Flame of fury! Not in your dreams! Burning Tempest Whirl! Here's the eagle! Now!
Quiver Dragon!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
I'll do it! Saving this one! Law!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Rising Wyvern!
Lightning condemned! By the power of water! We won that by a mile!
There's something in the wall. I didn't realize there was a pond here.
Yeah, this is Taka Pond. And it happened to have saved my life once upon a time.
What do you mean?
As a kid, I survived life under the past lords by escaping here when I needed to. It's terrible to swim in, but great for catching a bite for dinner away from Renan eyes. Bear in mind, our rations back then weren't enough to live off of. You had to take matters into your own hands if you wanted enough food to survive.
But how did you catch them? With your bare hands?
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble. I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod. You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done.
I hope we catch something decent.
Indeed. Hungry bellies are counting on this. Looks like I lost it. Yeah! All right. I'll get you next time. All right. You've got to know when to quit. Ha! I've got something. I'll catch something bigger next time.
Looks like a pretty energetic fish.
And that's all there is to it.
Wow. It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me. Kisara? I think I've seen enough.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while.
That's how fishing goes. You wait for a bite, and then the real battle begins. Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
I was hoping we'd get to fish during our travels. And it just so happens I made sure to grab my brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Good to hear. Thanks for showing us.
Okay!
I'm always amazed what healing arts can do.
Just doing my...
Hey, Is it just me, or have those two barely spoken a single word to one another?
I know, right? But after everything that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers you that much, why don't you ask them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
You mean Kisara and myself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort of came with the job description.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still does.
You know, she's probably right. And a lot has changed over the last few days. I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
Of course.
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need a little time to get fully used to it. I've noticed that sometimes we come across enemies who fight like you, and try to dodge our attacks at the last second.
I hate those guys. I can get some hits in when they move into attack, but otherwise they slip past damn near everything else I throw at them.
If what you're seeking is a way to more reliably hit them, there is a solution.
Try to outclass them on reflexes?
I possess the ability to command Earth elemental beings to some extent. They emerge as the land itself and take root on my command. They will swiftly bind the enemies, at which point you can dispatch them.
Huh?
What he means is that he can make plants grow to hold the enemies in place. At least I think that's probably what he's saying.
I'm glad at least one of us understands him. So basically, if we find an enemy that likes to dodge, we should let Dohalim handle it.
I shall do what I can within my modest means to help.
Why are you looking at me like that?
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
Originally, I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that. Plus, it makes it that much lighter and easier to maintain.
Dohalim, do you have anything to say about this?
Every guardsman is allowed to wear their armor as they see fit.
And you, Law?
Huh? Why are you asking me? That was nothing.
Mind if I join you, Law?
Oh, hey, Alphen. What's up?
Nothing. I was just surprised to see you weren't training for once. Got a stomach ache or something?
You know I don't literally train around the clock, right? I do take breaks.
Do you? It seems like you're training every chance you get.
Well, yeah, it can't be helped if I want to get stronger. Still, it's important to let your muscles rest every now and then. That's what my dad told me anyway.
Zephyr said that?
When I was a little kid, yeah. I would get so excited whenever he came home. I always followed him wherever he went and tried to learn as much from him as I could. He said, it's good to be passionate, but don't overdo it. Just like there are times when you want to take a break from studying, sometimes your body wants to take a break from training, too. I was always rushing around and forgetting to rest, so he ended up telling me that a lot.
That definitely sounds like him.
It's nothing to get sad over. Still, I can't help but wonder if that was my dad's way of teaching me the dangers of rushing into things too quickly. Then again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I wish I'd had more time to talk to him about this kind of stuff. See you guys tomorrow. You guys ready to hit the road? I know I am.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I just noticed none of you other Danans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia. In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be completely honest, I'm not sure why I don't have one. All the other Danan slaves around me did. I was the only exception. They tended to keep their distance from me to avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers, because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renan doctor who's sympathetic to our kind, and had them remove it before I left. They did such a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know that once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to. It may sound a little strange to hear me say this, but I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman, and this is my chance to have a new beginning.
This sure is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
Why spend energy fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers. For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without someone expending effort.
And you know, somehow that someone always ends up being a Danan, while the Renans are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up with the inconvenience until someone else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And it is those who can no longer bear that feeling that inevitably take action. Much like the Dahnans in our group do so now. As strange as it may be to hear such a thing from the likes of myself.
It's true that most of the Dahnans in Calaglia have been resigned to just accepting things as they are. Still, we can't just blame them for...
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place.
No holding back.
Rising Wyvern!
This'll be a piece of cake!
In here. More for the
Take
far enough.
In a bind?
Airborne Beast! Rising Wyvern!
Watch it. Banana, let's go.
Talon!
Flying freeze! Why can't they just sit still?
Xion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Thunderblade. Glacial Spear.
Rising Wyvern!
Here's evil.
Talon Storm!
They're surrounding her.
Dust to dust!
Dance in the wind.
Anything in armor is all
Celestial energy. Lightning
Glacial
Spear.
Strike! Talon Hurricane!
Freeze Lancer.
Rising Wyvern!
We got the advantage.
Glacial
Good.
Spear.
Now we
Here's
just have to
evil.
make sure we keep it.
Don't
mind
worry,
if I do.
'cause law's
Freeze
on.
Lancer.
You're done! Stardust!
Take it.
Rising
I'm only
Wyvern!
getting
Talon
started.
Hurricane!
Air thrust.
Nothing gets by me!
I never miss.
Stardust!
Who wants to die next? Sleep now.
Rising Wyvern!
I'm on it.
Freeze Lancer. I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
All right.
There's nowhere to run from my heart.
When he slows down, that's our chance!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf.
The earth throbs in pain.
No further.
Glacial Spear. Here's the evil.
I'll finish you here and now. Prepare to be sealed.
Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Astral energy. Magna Ray. Raging
Prepare to be
cascade.
sealed.
Spread. Dance in the wind.
It was nice
By the power of water.
Eat this!
Hit the wind. Flame of fury.
Fail.
Strike.
Eat this!
Talon Hurricane! Glimmer Dragon! Can't get out of this!
Raging cascade.
Rising Wyvern!
Prepare to be sealed. Take this!
It looks like you've got this one. Now. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Got it!
Take it. Well done. Got you. Lightning.
Rising
Downfall.
Wyvern!
Raging cascade.
I'm on it.
In
In a bind? That's enough. Now I'm in the groove.
Back into the air thrust.
Rinwell!
Astral energy.
Say no more. Got some interesting moves there, Dohalim. I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
We seem to have come across some rather unusual objects.
What, you mean that pile of garbage?
No mere garbage, I assure you. Still, I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Yeah. I think he might have found some old Dahnan relics. They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renans first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Not really, just That it must be nice to be a Renin who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
Are you interested in this stuff too, Dohalim?
Charmed may be a better turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking, the history that went into their creation. You see, we Renins have hardly any such objects that trace back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
Oh, but it does. Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it. Well, seeing as it's Dan in history, just make sure you're careful with it. All right, Dohalim?
But of course. That treasure. What a sweet-sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
Visibility along this path will remain limited for some time. Take care not to get ambushed.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well. Lords don't strike me as having much time for wandering in the woods.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this!
Eat this!
Hurricane! Pierce the evil! Raging Cascade! Breeze Lancer! I'm not so good with airborne targets.
I'm on it!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Severing Wind!
Getting started! That freaking does it! Just to
Severing Wind!
Dance in the wind!
Wait!
Ready to go! Light axe raging cascade!
Severing Wind! Burn!
Let the marksman
Severing
handle
Wind!
this.
Luna
This one's
Rondo!
mine!
Eat this! You're done!
Ready!
Wind!
Now!
Rinwell!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Armor won't save you!
Glacial spear! Pierce the evil!
I'm on it!
Severing Wind!
Breeze Lancer!
Rinwell!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
There's always room for improvement.
It's so hilly around here. I can feel my feet getting blisters.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if you're not used to these sorts of trails.
I take it you're comfortable with them?
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this! Luna Rondo!
Wind Astral energy! Flame of
Severing
fury!
Wind! Luna Rondo!
Duel the air thrust!
It's on! Huh?
Hey,
It got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman
No
handle
further!
it!
All yours!
Leave the enemy's arc to me!
No complaints here!
Rinwell!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! Let's give it a whirl!
Wind! Luna Rondo!
Daring
Tempest, primed and ready. I'm on.
Severing wind! Luna Rondo!
You know, Law, watching you really makes me realize
Makes you realize what?
maybe thinking too much gets in the way sometimes.
Exactly! Don't think. Just keep swinging.
I can feel my power growing!
More Danon ruins here too, I see.
What were people even thinking back then? Trying to build anything around here.
Maybe they just had that much time and energy on their hands.
This won't be easy.
Severing wind!
Don't be such a pessimist.
Luna Rondo! First strike!
Reload! Air thrust!
Wind!
Lightning condemn!
Luna Rondo!
Anything in armor is all mine!
You got company.
Severing wind! Luna Rondo!
Radiant Glimmer Dragon!
Dance in the wind!
Severing wind!
In here!
By the power of water!
Now!
Talon Hurl!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Magic is
Take this! Luna Rondo!
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth.
Less talking, more pummeling. This should make for some good weapon crafting material. I sure have built up a sweat with this hike.
Rest assured, we have reached the top. It's all downhill from here, quite literally.
So Mahag Sar's just up ahead then?
Indeed. If you look, across this mountain is the Lord's Keep.
What's with that shining foe over there?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Wind! Ignite!
Here goes! Lightning condemn!
Severing wind! Luna Rondo!
Can't get out of this! Let the marksman handle this!
Far enough! Come one, come all! Luna
I
Rondo!
never miss! Raging Cascade!
Wind!
I'm out of
Luna Rondo!
ammo!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Eat this! You're done!
This one's all mine! Luna Rondo! Ignite!
I'm on it!
Severing wind!
I can carve through armor!
We got the advantage.
Good. Now we just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because Law's
Now!
on.
Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got
Here's a
Well
healing
done.
I'm on it!
First
Wind!
Talon Hurricane!
Luna Rondo!
Rip and tear! Burning strike!
Wind!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
I'm on it!
Light Astral
Severing wind!
In the groove!
Do you require a hand?
Eagle Dive!
In a bind?
Do it! Art expert coming
Remote!
through!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Still thinking about how to act around Dohalim?
That obvious, huh? Except I don't think I'll be changing much after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others. But isn't that what friends do too? Support and protect one another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right? If that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not going to give you any grief over it.
Actually, I've been thinking about how I ought to act around you all as well.
Oh?
When I set out on this journey, it was to rid Eldaman and Sia of its enemies, and search for wisdom in the outside world. Wisdom that I could potentially put to use on my return. I'm grateful to you all for letting me tag along. But it got me thinking, what am I actually contributing by being here?
What are you talking about? You know how to hold a weapon, don't you? That's help enough.
Is it though? Sometimes I wish there was more I could be doing to pull my...
Oops, sorry about that. Jeez, I'm famished.
Now that you mention it, what do you guys normally do for food and meals when you're out and about on your travels?
What do you mean, what do we do? We find stuff to eat and eat it. So long as it's meat, I'm not fussy.
Eating what you like can be good for morale in the short term, but you need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
Does that mean eating vegetables too?
Isn't that obvious?
It does, which I guess hasn't been happening up till now.
Yeah, to be honest, we could be eating better than we do.
Understood. In that case, I'll just have to make sure you're all staying healthy and eating right myself. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about cooking as well.
You hear that, Law? Sounds like you'll be eating your greens after all.
What is it?
No, sorry, it's just... I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Me? Certainly you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I hope.
Typical Renan, leaving everything to someone else.
Rinwell, I don't think...
That said, should you need my skills on the battlefield, please rest assured I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities, regardless of who we may face.
I'm sure no one doubts that. Listen, guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another, don't you think?
I wouldn't get your expectations too high in that regard. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag Saar's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already! I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm...
Been looking for you.
For me? Why?
He's tough.
Who are you? You said you were looking for me. Why?
Beautiful, precious life.
What the...
That is all I desire.
Then why are we fighting? Who even are you? Luna Rongo! This one's all mine! Blow away!
Burning strike!
Glacial Spear!
Denied!
Take this.
Neat.
I'm on it!
Blazing Cascade!
You picked the wrong fight!
It's weakened!
Who the hell are you? This ends now!
This'll come in handy.
Win! Luna Rongo!
Mega Ray! Wind Astrolist! Whoa! Hey, one at a time! Eat this! Steering Column! Reload!
Luna
This'll
Rongo!
come in handy. Raging Steering Column! Reload! In here!
Severing Wind!
I'll be saving this
Luna
one!
Rongo!
Ready and
Take
ready!
this.
Blah, 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 magic!
Smash you!
It's
I'm
over.
sweet now.
Enjoy.
Here I go. You're
mine. Radiant,
Fear
hit!
thrown
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Tidal wave!
Talon Hurricane!
Precipitation!
Eagle Fly!
Nice while it lasted. Supernova! Back into the fray!
Talon
Ready to
Hurricane!
go! Annihilation!
Eagle Fly!
Can't get out of this!
Talon Sword!
Lightning orb!
That freaking
Rage
does deny!
Here's evil!
Here we go again!
Sealed!
Severing Wind! First
Ready!
strike! Take this!
Here, let me help.
Eagle
Here's the
Fly!
Not on my watch!
Thanks.
I'm ready! Lunar Blast!
Fang Blast! It's
I
on!
never miss!
That's much better.
Here!
I'm only getting started!
Wind!
Is that all that you've got? Very well. Then die. Oh? A wretch like you?
Shion!
Till next time.
Shion! Wake up, please!
Alphen?
Shion!
Thanks, but you're kinda crushing me.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so am I. It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought
I'm
you were...
fine. Really.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah, but I have the sword. It's different.
It's not different. Besides,
Hmm?
Never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, thank you.
But I didn't... Look, I'm just glad that you're...
Alphen?
Sorry.
That guy said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go. Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I already applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
No, I know you're not. It's just...
Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine. Really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shion was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
A light? I don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Dahnan astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right. Forgive me. We've almost reached Nias, the capital of Mahag Sar. With any luck, we'll find a place there for Shion to rest.
Hey.
Something wrong? You look like you're deep in thought.
Not exactly. I was merely thinking about you two and your sense of etiquette.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being an... Forget it. Do we really need to talk about this now?
Yes. I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Dahnan to learn proper manners.
That's because I was given the opportunity to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
Exactly. You've got to remember what it's been like for us living under the Rena elsewhere.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my espousing the virtues of equality between our peoples, I was still looking down on the two of you.
You don't need to beat yourself up. I wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
Nevertheless, I shall mind my words from here on out. Having said that, I do believe you two would still benefit from learning the basics of proper society. I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out, if you like.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Acting all prim and proper isn't really my style.
If you say so. How about you, Law? Would you like to learn? Although I suppose my first task is to reform your attitude toward the idea of good etiquette.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
How are you holding up after that last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine, really. See for yourself.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that, but there's nothing wrong with admitting you have weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face to you?
I can't feel pain. But you still can, can't you?
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time. Please, stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Yes, this is Niez, the capital of Mahag Sar.
I don't see any signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
No soldiers, no Danans, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renan district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate. That's the Darkwing's crest. It's from an old Danan legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Really? First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
It must mean the Renans have lost control of the city.
Are you suggesting the Danans rose up and defeated the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable, given the evidence.
Let's look around and see if we can find someone. They might be able to tell us what happened. This is horrible.
All of these ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Danans and Renans, right?
That's a good question. Even if the Danans rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renans here, there should still be some people around.
This debris... Do you think it could be the work of Renan astral arts?
Perhaps, but the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings. It said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then there might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can find someone around here, we might be able to get them to tell us what happened. Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking, it's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need, so I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Even by those standards, you've got to admit this is still a little extreme.
Shion has got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
Well, specifically speaking, what would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important. And learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
Well, recently, I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
What are those out in the valley? Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest wind astral energy, so they have to be big.
All of you, stop right there! Don't move!
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
What are you...
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you. I'm Beifong, of the Darkwings. Sorry for threatening to blow you away. We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces, so everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
Remaining? Wait, you mean you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Are you the Dahnan leader here in Niez?
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadeye's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem. The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true. You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadeye. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
You could have left me behind, you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
I guess even after you beat the Renans, your work's only really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like it's got a lot of issues to fix.
So you're Alphen, are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit. You've got a lot of people talking, you know. But in this town, I call the shots. You play by my rules here. Just remember that. Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
Why, you?
So you're the one who took down the Lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
Ha! We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
Explosives? That's a pretty bold approach. But how'd you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I didn't, that's how. But the chance to take out a lord was worth the sacrifice.
And the Lord? What did this sacrifice earn you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off. But now we've really got the girl on the run.
She ran? A lord?
Yeah, the lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for long. We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quietly.
Shut up, Bright Eyes! I would have run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Danans in this realm, is it not? If
Shut
so,
your
then—
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Danans, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Oh. Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show.
They're my friends.
Friends? Renans are Renans. They're the scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now! But you knew that. Maybe it's 'cause you and that little lady are friends and more.
Son of a... You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Danan's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Wings!
Yeah! Deadeye! Liberator Deadeye! You are the true leader of this realm! We're not afraid of any Bright Eyes!
It's only a matter of time before I throw every last Bright Eye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings! The Dark Wings rule!
Hey, wait up! Told you so, didn't I? You should have left your Renan pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If that's all, I think it's past time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renans.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Beifon? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait, you're not going after her, are you? Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shion said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
Hey, it's your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We'll be sure to keep you out of it. Before we set out, though, is there anywhere around here we can rest?
Sure. Building at the end of the road, opposite side. It's all yours. We use it as temporary lodging, to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Before you go, how come you don't hate the Renans as well?
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renans. Just not with two of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
I get the feeling Deadeye signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a roost to rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
I know. How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Dahnans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niez, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay. No matter which way you look at it.
A victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Dahnans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Shionne. It's just... What I mean to say is... When you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
I just don't know, man.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters surrounding him, too. But he's got an attitude worse than any angry Zeugle. Plus, Niez is in utter ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
The Renans are powerful. And because of that, it takes a strong leader to have any hope of toppling them. However, when you take down one dictator only to replace them with another, ultimately it's just business as usual.
If it'd been Zephyr instead of Deadeye, I don't think things would have turned out like this.
Rinwell!
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have forced his own views or decisions on other people. When you do that, you're ruling over others, not leading them.
To be honest, I don't know what I would have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also feels happy? Deadeye and my dad are two very different men. For now, I'm content knowing that.
What's wrong? All right.
What the?
Hey.
Yeah!
Good.
All right!
That Deadeye creep certainly has a few screws loose, that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
What's there to discuss? Deadeye and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now. We don't know if the Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
You make a good point, Rinwell. And maybe I'm just being overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Fine by me. But isn't Deadeye just gonna take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dana. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we should take some time to rest first. We've barely stopped since Menancia. Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
Have it your way.
Shionne. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. You can trust me, you know. Maybe even lean on me a little. If you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
So we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Estaluva Forest. Next time, pay attention.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It reminds me all too well of how Viscent once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Dahnans with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
You seem to care a lot about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
You? A musician?
Indeed. Music enriches the world around us. I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of time, and the thoughts of people on the wind.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. My loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize. It's interesting hearing what Renan culture is like.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our arts and culture.
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dana as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments is lamentable. Not that my words can undo the damage already done.
Ow. Ow.
Got sand in my eyes!
The winds are strong here. Mind yourselves.
Ugh, even the inside of my mouth is all sandy.
Hootle, don't get blown away, okay?
The winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed. Mahag Saar is the realm of wind, just as Ganeth Heros is for water.
Earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Rena is aligned to darkness, leaving each realm one element each.
Is that because some elements are easier to gather in certain areas than others?
That is certainly possible, but I suspect the biggest reason is to prevent the lords from squabbling over resources.
Funny. You would think infighting would come naturally to an elite class vying for a crown.
True, but the Renans rule as a minority. Fighting ourselves would just be destructive. Though, as you saw in Menancia, any abstention from fighting is merely a facade.
In the end, you all get usurped whether you like it or not.
That may be true, but something tells me that this time is different.
We have to catch up to the Lord first if we want answers. Let's keep moving.
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Oh yeah. Funny, I guess I've gotten used to weird rock formations. They didn't even register as being out of the ordinary.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
Wait, those? So does that mean there's some kind of machine then? And if so, what in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dana's astral energy.
Really?
Think about it. Isn't it strange that the type of energy each realm collects is so fixed? Astral energy by nature isn't meant to skew towards one element or another so heavily.
So the Renans reformed it for the crown contest.
Sounds like the crazy thing a Renan would do.
Renans these days are more advanced than Danans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on Lenegis? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
But at some point they did just that. Those are the sort of people we're up against. We should do our best not to forget that.
You're so amazing, Kisara. You can cook, you can fix weapons. I feel like there's practically nothing you can't do.
Maybe you should take a page out of her book and learn to make yourself more useful then.
I'd be happy to teach you if you want, Rinwell. I learned most everything I know from my brother.
Really? Even how to sew and do laundry?
Yes, indeed. He knew how to do anything.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy when he was alive.
He was. I'd always follow him around and badger him with questions. I was a real pain in the neck. Now that I think about it, he and Legil were the ones who taught me how to raise cats, too.
Legil is that woman who was with him in the Gold Dust Cats, right? I remember now. The one with the really pretty hair.
Funny you mention that. He also taught me how to maintain my hair. Not that those lessons stopped it from getting all tangled up during training.
I think it still looks gorgeous.
From what I can tell, it would appear as though the only thing he didn't manage to teach you was how to apply makeup.
No, but that didn't stop him from trying. He really wanted to teach me everything. Only reason he couldn't was because I prioritized my training.
And here I was trying to make a joke.
I can't tell if she's being serious. The only one here who knows him well enough was her.
Yeah, I guess only Miguel could have told us if it's actually true.
I have a bad feeling about
Wind!
this.
Ignite!
I'm on it!
Flame, reload! Raging
Glacial
Storm!
Sphere!
Here's
Wind!
light! These ones can run rings around us!
Severing wind!
Tempest Whirl!
Run!
Downfall!
Lunar
I'm
Rondo!
out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Hurricane!
Take
Severing
that!
Wind!
Now you see
Prepare
what
to
I
be
can do!
sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
In a vine?
I can handle it.
Blow away! Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Hurricane! Air
Severing Wind!
Light
Lunar Rondo!
Raging Cascade! Radiant Pierce! I'm out
East
of ammo!
Wind! Lunar Rondo! Severing
Wind!
Wind!
Finish you
Here and now!
Burning Strut! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
I'm on it!
Wind! Is it in the sky? Wind Astral Energy!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Alphen, have you been washing your clothes? It may not be my place to say this, but frankly, they're starting to stink.
Now that you mention it, it has been a while since I did any laundry.
I'll wash them for you if you want. Just remember to give them to me the next time you get changed.
Oh, okay. Sure. Thanks, Kisara.
And, Law, Rinwell, yours are starting to look a bit ragged.
What do you expect? Of course they're going to tear up when we're out there fighting so much.
Yeah, but it's still kind of embarrassing, having it pointed out like this.
And Shion?
I wouldn't touch me if I were you.
Of course. My apologies. All I wanted to say was that your sleeves are getting a little bit dirty.
You don't need to worry so much, Kisara. It's only natural our clothes are gonna get a little dirty while we're traveling around.
That's no excuse. Your outward appearance says a lot about your inner well-being.
Now you've really set her off.
Suffice to say, it would appear that the traditions of the Guard are still alive and well within her.
What do you mean? What do the Guardsmen do that's so special?
Mostly, I'm simply referring to the fact that they're a very regimented and cleanly group of people.
Do I really sound that weird to you guys? Keeping your clothes clean and mended is completely normal to me.
Don't get us wrong. We appreciate the thought, Kisara. But we've got a long journey ahead. It wouldn't hurt to relax your standards. Just a little.
If you're sure. I wasn't trying to overdo it, I promise. However, if it's making the rest of you tense, I'll do my best to tone it down from here on out. Still, if everyone could bring their laundry and clothes they want fixed, that'd be great. I'll take care of it all for you guys tonight.
Don't you ever get tired?
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle? Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
yourselves! This one's
Hard
tough!
attack coming through! I never missed!
Lunar Rondo!
Hit! Take that! Here I go! Raging Cascade!
Hit time! Severing Wind! You picked the wrong fight!
Raging Cascade!
Severing Wind!
Neon! Astral Energy! Full throttle! Go! Dare! Into the wind! Into the center!
Throbs in pain.
Lunar Rondo!
Can't get out of this!
Solid score! Thunderblade!
Anything in armor is all mine!
There! Go! You're mine! I'm Raging Cascade! Watch them weep!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Where are you going? Talon score!
This one's all mine! Eat dirt!
Eat this! Raging Sword! Now!
Hurricane!
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Now I'm in.
Too bad!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Cover the aid!
I owe you one. Lunar Rondo!
Raging Storm! Blow
Wind!
like Aqua!
Lunar Rondo!
I'm on it!
Hit!
Eat
Wind!
Talon Hurricane!
Lunar Rondo!
Lightning Orb! Here! Dance in the
Wind!
wind!
First strike! We did it!
It's
In
time!
here! You're
Get on
mine!
in there with
Severing Wind!
No further!
Talon Hurricane!
Wind!
Eagle Fly!
Do it!
Talon Hurricane!
Somehow, things are even worse outside the city than they are inside.
Yeah, it's all ruined. And houses and everything. Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Confiscated!
It's on!
Talon Hurricane!
Lightning
Severing
Descent!
Wind! Eat dirt!
Glimmer Dragon!
Thunderblade! I can do
Severing
it all
Wind!
day!
Lunar Rondo!
Anything in armor is all mine!
It got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it! Astral Energy!
Say no more! Cut!
Well done! This one's mine! Wind Astral Energy! Lightning condemns! Leave the enemy's arc to me! I never miss!
No complaints here!
Severing Wind!
Do it!
Go, Halim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Denizen!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
still senses something.
I see plenty of ruins around here, too. It must have been a big town bustling with people back in the day.
For crown contest
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Denied! Thunder Blade!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Do you require a hand?
Freeze Lancer!
Can't get out of this!
It's on!
Tempest Wind!
Talon Hurricane!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Burn!
Freeze Lancer!
Severing Wind!
Talon
Lunar
Hurricane!
Rondo!
Eagle Behind Justice!
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot.
Now!
Actually,
Astral Energy! Full throttle! Go! Dance in the wind!
Talon
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Star!
This'll come in handy!
Talon Storm!
Gemini Aqua! Here goes! Up and at
Blast!
it! Let's go!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
This
Lunar
one's
Rondo!
mine! This'll come in
I
handy!
never miss!
First now!
Don't get careless. Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Lunar
Rondo!
Armor won't save you!
do you require a hand?
Severing Wind!
No further!
Light Astral Energy! Lightning!
Denied! Crumble! Talon Storm!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Eat this!
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Gemini Alpha! Dance in the wind!
Wind!
Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Damn it!
I'm on it!
Lightning
Severing Wind! Lunar
Eagle
Rondo!
Fly! Talon Storm!
Take it! Into the
Wind!
shadows!
Do it!
Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Eat this!
Radiant
What's this?
Severing Wind!
Air thrust!
Lunar Rondo!
Excited! It's over!
Wind!
First strike!
Annihilation!
Do it!
It's on!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'm even stronger than before.
We should be able to cook here.
We did a lot today, didn't we, Hootle?
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away.
Hey, what's the smoke? Is it an enemy attack?
Seriously, it's making my eyes and throat burn. What the hell is going on?
It's probably some sort of gas. Try not to breathe it in as much as you can manage.
Gas? Those cowards!
Isn't this just cooking smoke?
What kind of food makes your throat burn so bad just from the smoke?
I believe Alphen is...
They're trying to gas Alphen?
What? Those sick bastards! I won't let them get away with this!
Calm yourselves and listen. I was simply trying to say that Alphen is the one cooking.
Oh?
Maybe I should throw in some more spices, just for that extra kick. Yeah, that'll help. Think I'll turn up the heat while I'm at it, too. Oh, crap. The spice is burned. Well, at least the meat's coming along nicely. All right. Now, I just flip it over, and then...
Hey, Alphen? What are you doing over there?
Oh, Shion. Perfect timing. I actually just finished roasting up a chicken. Call everybody over so we can eat together. I used a ton of spices, so it's got a good punch to it. Might have overcooked it a little, but it should still taste good.
I'm starting to understand why your food always tastes so damn spicy now.
Hasn't anyone told him that it is actually possible to have too much of a good thing?
If that's the taste he truly wants, far be it from me to contradict. His cuisine is a rather delicate repast.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? I noticed you haven't been training Hootle lately. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He's been catching fish with Kisara, and he seems to be adjusting his diet on his own, so I'm not as worried as before.
Maybe that's his way of pitching in, so you don't have to do everything for him.
Yeah, maybe. I guess at some point he started taking a shine to everyone too, just like they did to him.
You sound like you're okay with that.
Yeah. More than okay, really. It feels natural having Hootle and everyone around.
I know what you mean. We all support and take care of each other in our own ways. It's starting to feel like we're almost a family.
Huh. I hadn't thought of it like that. So does that make you everybody's dad?
Do I really look that old to you?
Huh? You don't like that? Okay, how about you be the big brother? Shion is the big sister, and Kisara can be our mom.
Well, then how about Dohalim for the dad?
I don't really get that kind of vibe from Dohalim. He's more like an uncle. An old uncle, who's too preachy and snarky for his own good sometimes. And as for Law... Well, Hootle took the little brother role, and Law's definitely not the dad. This is hard. Oh! Law can be the pet dog!
A dog? Do dogs really count as part of a family?
Of course they do! If an owl can be part of our family, so can a dog. When you think about it like that, we have a pretty fun family.
Yeah, a pretty big one as well.
That's why I like it so much. I wish we didn't have to do anything dangerous. I just want to keep traveling the world with you guys the way we are right now.
You okay?
Oh, it's nothing. Actually, I think I'm gonna go practice with Hootle for a bit. Good night. I want to go back to bed. I think it's safe to rest here now. Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Raging
Now or never.
Hurricane! Reload! Field! Not in your dreams!
Eat this!
No further!
Freeze laser! Up and at 'em! Let's go!
Luna Rondo!
Ready to go!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot.
Watch and
Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk some more doing! Air, they're surrounding
Luna
us!
Rondo!
I'm only getting energy! Where are you going? Eagle Fly!
Armor won't save! I'll finish you here and now!
Here I go!
Win!
Talon Storm!
Luna Rondo!
Tempest
Hurricane!
Severing
Grip
Wind!
and tear!
Radiance Pierce!
Win!
Light Astral
Do it!
Raging Lock!
Demons Descend! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
This one's all mine!
First strike!
Raging Storm!
I'm on it!
You require a hand.
I'm all
Severing
stuffed up.
Wind! Luna Rondo! Burn!
Punch! Now I'm in the...
Lightning
It was
Orb!
nice.
Severing Wind!
Wow! Look what I just found.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Luna Rondo!
Field! Get on in there
No
with the others.
further!
I'm ready! One more! I'm all stuffed up! Field!
Just
Glacial
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Eagle Fly!
Light
I'll
Astral
finish you here
Severing
and now!
Wind!
Getting started!
Luna Rondo!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Do it!
Talon Hurricane!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Dance in the wind!
First strike!
Air thrust!
Come and get it!
Annihilation!
Ready and raring!
Radiant
I'll
Punch!
smash you!
Now!
Demons Descend! Flashing Fang!
I still got a ways to go.
I've got a really bad feeling about
Win!
this!
Luna Rondo!
Radiant Hurricane!
This one's all mine.
Glacial Spear!
Not
Here's
today.
the orb! You got company!
I'm on it! Talon
Severing
Hurricane!
Wind!
Lancer!
Luna Rondo!
Dance in the wind! In here!
Severing Wind!
Let's get you
Leave
all
the
away.
ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And
Severing
bubbling
Wind!
to me!
Radiant
Can't get out
Punch!
of
When
this!
it's
We got the advantage!
Good. Just have to make sure we keep it.
Don't worry, because Law's on!
Do it!
Win!
Shion, Astral Energy! Full throttle! Go! This one's mine!
Severing
I
Wind!
never miss! Radiant
Win!
Now!
Luna Rondo!
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
There!
We should be able to cook here.
This place gives me the creeps. You really think that lord is hiding out here?
Be careful. The air is dense with astral energy. Something's not quite right about this place.
How are you able to pick up on all this stuff anyway? Is it something that all astral arts wielders can do?
I must admit, I'm curious myself. Perhaps her den and bloodline has something to do with it.
Dohalim.
Apologies. I meant no disrespect.
Stay alert, everyone. There's a good chance that she already knows we're here.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard. I suppose if you're a lord going into hiding, a forest is one place to turn.
We don't know for sure she's here. Keep looking.
Hey, isn't that what we've been trying to find?
Brace yourselves!
This one's tough!
Lightning condemned!
Here we go again! This one's all
Not
mine!
on my watch!
Storm! Eat
If it
dirt!
curls up, time to get out of the way.
Wind!
Hurricane!
Lunar Rondo!
No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good
Dance
side.
in the wind!
Now you see what I
Charge
can do.
like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
They're surrounding us! Lightning! Dance
Can't
in the
get out
wind!
of this!
Hear me! Flame of Fury Seal!
Wind!
Glacial
Eat
Spear!
this!
Here's your
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo! Severing Wind!
Wind Astral Energy! Alright! It's
Severing Wind!
Now!
Lunar Rondo!
Astral Energy! Full throttle! Here I go! You're mine!
I'm on it.
Watch them!
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Raging Cascade!
Severing Wind!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil! Let's get you all tucked away! Breathe!
Wind! Lunar Pistol!
Pierce Evil! That came from!
Ignite!
Freeze Lancer!
I'll end you.
I never miss!
Watch it.
Raging Storm! Mega Ray!
Severing Wind!
Don't mind if I do!
Armor won't save you.
Mega Ray! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Severing
I'll
Wind!
run you through.
Lunar Rondo!
Do it.
Prepare for me!
Here's the healing art! First aid!
So much for sitting this fight out.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Glacial Spear! Pierce
Lunar
Evil!
Rondo!
Out! Dance in the wind!
In a bind.
First strike! Air
I'll
Dodge!
end you.
Cover the hurricane! By the power of water! Raging Cascade!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours
Charge
truly!
like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well,
Leave the
I'm
enemy's
here to
arc
stop.
to me! Here, let me help!
No complaints here.
Now come one, come all!
Mega Ray! Thunder
Wind! Pistol!
Raging Cascade!
Burn in hell! We turn the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back. Lunar Rondo!
Compass to swallow too!
Severing Wind!
Anything in
Lunar
armor.
Rondo!
Now for something special!
Now I'm into the
Time to let it rip!
Talon Hurricane! Win!
I'm out!
Eagle Fly!
Shining Supernova!
Here, let me
Arc
help.
Field!
Severing Wind!
Don't mind if I do!
Now or never.
Lunar Rongo!
Back into the fray! Shining Supernova! I never miss! Raging Cascade!
Eat this! You picked the wrong fight!
Death Ball!
Damn it! It's too fast!
Stand back.
Now!
I'll trip it up.
Demons Descend! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Here's a healing
Way
arc.
to go!
Win!
First aid!
Okay, here I go.
In a bind?
Shining Supernova! Raging Cascade!
Severing
Annihilate!
Wind!
Lightning
Lunar Rongo!
Cascade! Forward!
Talon
Here's a
Hurricane!
healing arc!
Severing Wind!
Now!
Lunar Rongo!
owe you one.
Tempest Whirl!
Severing Wind!
Alright! It's
Lunar
go
Rongo!
time!
Coming in!
Puddle! Photon Annihilation!
Limbo!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
With this, I can become even stronger.
This place goes pretty deep underground.
It was probably built that way so it could still be used even if the above-ground portion got destroyed.
Perhaps that's why it's still here, and why it was made into her hideout. It would certainly stand to reason.
For the hideout of a runaway lord, this place is a lot bigger than I was expecting.
Do you think she had it built with that in mind?
No. Personally, I think this used to be part of a Dahnan castle or fortress of some sort.
How can you tell?
For one thing, it doesn't look like a storehouse. For another, it's old, and you can tell it was built to let people hole up inside of it.
Huh. I'll take your word for it. I don't know the first thing about brick. You know, I've always thought you were a smart little cookie, but damn, Rinwell, you really know your stuff.
It's no big deal. I've just read a lot of books is all.
If this is meant to be a castle, there wasn't much to it above ground. Are there such things as underground castles?
There probably used to be more of it above ground. That is, until 300 years ago.
So the main structure must have been lost during the time of the invasion, with only the underground part remaining. And then this lord decided to use it for her own purposes. Have I got that right?
But what reason could she have for using this place instead of staying back in her own castle?
That's what we're here to find out. Whatever it is, she's up to no good.
Right. It's all the more reason we need to hurry up and find her before it's too late.
It would appear we can descend down where the railing has fallen apart.
What? Are you serious?
By all appearances, it would seem she was researching something here.
You think so? What kind of research could she have been doing in a place like this?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hardly anything the likes of us could imagine.
If we assume it was because this area is rich in astral energy, then it's possible she could have been doing any number of things.
Indeed. Renan castles and spirit vessels are often found in such locations. Intriguingly, Dahnan ruins are also known for their abundant energy.
You Renans attacked us. Don't act like you're just some...
Sheesh, enough already. This isn't the place to pick a fight over this.
How can you be so calm listening to all of this? You suffered at the hands of guys like him too.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm calm.
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Mega Ray!
I'm on it! Luna Rondo! I'm on it! Win! Luna Rondo!
Your hide is thick as armor!
Win!
Annihilation!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Burning
Now you see what I can do!
Severing Wind!
I'll bash in their defenses!
Glad you have your use.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
out of ammo!
Win!
Back into the fray!
Luna Rondo!
Just let the marksman here!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Fury! Burning! I can handle it! Glacial spear!
Luna Rondo!
Storm! Raging cascade!
Can't get out of this!
Talon hurricane!
Denied!
Do it! More for the
Rimmer!
sky! Astral energy!
Say no more!
No complaints from me.
We seem to have come across something a little...
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
No
I'll stop
armor
its
can
charge.
stop me!
Thanks, Kisara.
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Burn in hell!
Eagle's Eye!
More for the stockpile!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle! Annihilation! Raging storm! More with that
First strike! Win!
You're done! Ready
Luna
and ready!
Rondo!
By the power of lightning! Raging
Win!
cascade!
Eat this!
Luna Rondo!
Hurricane!
Dance in the
Rip
wind!
and tear!
Win!
Wait now! Arch sealed!
Watch
Not in your
this!
dreams!
Severing Wind!
By the power
Luna
of
Rondo!
Blah blah blah!
Crumble!
Mega crossblade!
Win!
Now!
Rimmo!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Win! This one's mine!
Rip and tear!
Tempest
Can't get out of...
Leave the chargers
Do
to
it!
me.
Flawless
Good
flight!
move!
Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
That enemy looks strong. I bet it...
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Dance in the wind! One more!
Luna Rondo!
Talon hurricane! Here's a hero!
Win!
Magic!
Luna Rondo!
Blade!
First strike! This one's all mine! Burn in hell!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Now you see what I can watch this!
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Luna Rondo!
Come and get it! Hey, when did I get so popular? Tectonic power! Watch it!
Flame!
Win!
Hurricane!
Now I can let loose! Severing
Hear
Wind!
me! Flame of fury!
I'm on
Luna Rondo!
I'll work you through!
Pierce evil!
Win!
Steel force!
Luna Rondo!
Let's go!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Do it!
Luna
Neon!
Rondo!
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Hear me! Flame of fury! Dance in the
Severing
wind!
Wind!
Glacial spear!
Luna
Hear
Rondo!
me!
Hear it now!
Get on
Eagle
in there,
Fly!
Ray Lancer!
Severing Wind! Rimmo!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Here's a
Well
healing
done.
art!
Eat dirt!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Watch it!
Severing Wind!
Raging cascade! Where are you going?
Luna Rondo!
Now! Let's get you...
Check out these biceps. Pretty glorious, right?
Why are guys so obsessed with their muscles?
Because these puppies have yet to let me down.
That equipment should come in handy. Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Brace
Here's a
yourself!
healing
This
art.
one's tough!
Lightning condemned.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that is silly.
Severing wind! Lunar
Prepare to be
storm!
sealed.
Mega ray.
Anything in order
Lightning
is going on.
cascade. In here.
Wind!
Eat this. Here I go.
Lunar
I'm
Rondo!
only getting started.
Can't get out of this.
First strike!
Thunder field. Flame.
Lunar
Up and
Rondo!
do it. Let's do it, Queen.
Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis. Here's a healing art. First
Hey, that...
Wind astral energy. Raging cascade.
Tear!
Mega ray.
Wind!
By the power of water.
Severing wind!
Do it. Light Xion. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I think I'm getting stronger. I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Graviton field.
You picked the wrong fight!
Raging ready. Mega ray. Not in your dreams.
Eagle Fly!
Here, let me help.
Severing wind!
First aid.
I'll take you all off!
Ready to go. Tempest.
It's almost too strong!
Then I'll split it open.
Be my guest!
Primed and ready. Eat this.
Severing wind!
This one's mine.
I'll end you!
Wind!
Wind astral energy. Here I go.
Severing wind! It's on!
Mega ray.
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually,
Photon
perhaps
dance
bound
in
is
the
more
wind.
appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. Air thrust. Photon
Severing wind!
Now you see what I can do.
Radiant pierce.
Wind!
Light astral
Rondo.
energy. Cascade now.
Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done. I'm on it. Lightning.
Now I'm in the
Raging
groove!
storm. Eagle
Severing wind!
Annihilation. Hear me.
Wind!
Fury. Burning.
Lunar Rondo!
Raging storm. Let me help.
Wind! Now I can let loose! Severing wind! Lunar Rondo! Severing wind! Lunar Rondo!
Denied. Don't mind if I do. Searing flame.
Do it! It's on!
First strike. Here's a healing art.
Huh? You picked the wrong fight!
Raging storm.
We're thinning them out.
We? More like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed.
Spread.
Any injuries?
We've got all the ingredients for that recipe now.
Great. I'll let you cook then.
Wait, what?
There's nobody here. It's been nothing but Zeugles. No lords, no Renan forces.
They have to be holed up somewhere, right?
From the look of things, I don't think anybody's been here for a while. If anyone was here, they're long gone now.
That can't be.
Look out!
We'll figure this out later. Right now, this thing needs dealing with.
I don't understand. Did Bayfon lie?
He didn't seem the type to lead us on a wild goose chase.
Hey! Save your questions until after we manage to finish this thing! Can't get out of this!
Lightning Orb! Raging Cascade! The flashing part's their weak point. Get on in there with the others.
Severing wind!
Lightning!
I'll finish you here and now!
Wind!
Radiant Pierce!
Ah!
Hands in the wind! Watch and feel!
First strike!
Severing
Get on in
wind!
there with the others.
Eagle Fly!
Vanessa, let's go!
Here we go again! I'm on it!
Luna Rondo!
Air thrust!
Wow, I'm impressed.
Here's a healing arm!
Watch this!
First aid!
Okay, here.
Anything in
Luna
order
Rondo!
is all mine!
I'm only getting
Take this!
Dance in the wind! I'm out!
No further!
I'm all stuck up!
Enjoy the ground while you're down there.
Hurricane!
Luna Rondo!
Glimmer Dragon! Burning Strike!
Wind! Luna Rondo!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Let the mark handle this!
And the pummeling to me! I'll end
Just
you!
with the radiant pierce!
Here, let me help.
Astral energy! First
Done.
dance! Thunderblade! Hear me! Flame of
I'm on it.
Spirit! Burning!
I'll run you through!
Ignite!
Glacial Spear.
Pierce Hazel! Take lightning
tear.
condemn! Breeze Lancer!
Luna Rondo!
Thunderblade!
Eat this! You're done!
Wind!
Magna Ray! Hit! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Leave the target to me!
Lightning Orb!
Strike!
Luna
Photon
Rondo!
Flash! Raging Cascade!
I'm on it!
Field! Hurricane! Gemini Aqua! I'll be saving this!
Take
Here's a
this.
healing art!
No further!
First aid!
It's
Chinese
showtime!
Supernova!
Severing wind!
Eagle Fly!
Luna Rondo!
Now you see what I can do!
Lightning condemns!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Radiant light!
Wind!
Flame!
Watch this!
Luna Rondo!
Lightning Fury!
Rip and
Here
tear!
goes! Don't mind if I do.
Severing
The
wind!
enemy is going all out!
Ah! Not today!
Into the shadows!
Wind! Done
Radiant storm!
If it's in the sky, it's
Severing
mine.
wind!
Astral energy!
I never miss.
Here comes something
Here's a
big!
healing, try to dodge!
I owe you one.
Raging storm! There! Flawless flight! Magna Ray! Run astral energy!
Severing
Prepare to
wind!
be sealed!
Nothing gets
Let
right
me
here.
help!
Wind!
First strike!
First aid!
Luna Rondo!
Far enough.
Eagle Fly!
Lightning Orb!
Oh, now you're talking!
Here, let me help.
More Zeugles?
Keep calm and take them down.
Severing wind!
Watch it! Shattering them to pieces!
Got it.
Attack time!
Now's our chance! All right, it's
Severing
showtime!
wind! Luna Rondo!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Light astral
I'm on it!
raging cascade!
I'll end
This
you!
one's all mine!
There you
Seal.
go!
The enemy
Like
is
you
going
picked
all
Wrong
out!
fight!
All good things come to
Wind!
an end.
Weak.
Luna Rondo!
Eat this! Talon
Here comes a
Hurricane!
healing arm!
all
An expert
Disgusting! I'm on it!
This isn't looking good. It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! I'll bring you back from
Here
death
goes
abyss.
the picture
Take
of
that.
hell.
Resuscitation! Talon
Here.
Let the marksman
I owe
handle
you
this.
one.
Ha! Lightning
This one's
condemned.
mine.
Far enough.
Thunderblade!
Falling behind.
Looks like this one's mine!
Like hell it
So
is.
much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Back into the fray! Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Air thrust! Light astral energy! First
Now, let loose.
More
I'll
for the
smash you!
Glacial Spear. Pierce
Severing
Eagle.
wind!
Talon Hurricane!
Breeze Lancer! Raging Cascade! Here's a healing arm!
Eat this! Talon Hurricane!
Now or never.
The enemy is going all out!
Wind!
I'm on it!
Sealed! Radiant Pierce!
Eat this!
Burn in hell!
I've let you all down.
Stay away from my friend!
Coming through! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Win!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Luna Rondo!
Lightning condemns! Cover the cancer! Here's a healing art!
I felt fine not too
Do they
long
not
ago.
teach you to say thank you, Indana?
Not to a Renin, they don't.
This is it! Raging cascade!
Far enough!
Fred!
Let the marksman handle this!
Sealed!
That freaking does it!
Here, this one's mine!
Eat this!
Magic is
That
up!
freaking does it!
Here, let me help! Get out there with the
Crumble!
Glacial spear! Pierce the evil!
You require help.
Help this!
I hope
Lightning!
this thing is
Get
halfway
out!
through!
I'm out! I'm all stuffed up!
Talon Hurricane!
In a bind?
Fred! Here I go! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! There!
I'm on
Go
it.
flat field!
Shattering the pieces!
Flame!
Attack time!
Reload!
I'm taking too much damage!
Thunder flame of fury! Glacial spear! Sealed evil!
I'm on it.
Confiscated!
Put you out of your misery! Talon Hurricane! Denied!
Wind
Talon
Astral! Do
Power!
it! Lost!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
So much for finding the Lord. Come on, let's get back to Niaz.
Shion, calm down. This isn't like you. What's wrong? Talk to me.
It's none of your concern.
Even after everything we've been through together?
The two of us are only helping each other because our interests overlap, remember?
Are you serious? You helped me come to terms with Zephyr's death. You put your life on the line to save me. Don't tell me you did all that out of necessity. That it was only because we have a common goal. Fine.
Huh?
You don't want to answer? Then I'll do whatever I like from now on, too. Clearly, I'm just bothering you. So it doesn't matter if you tell me what's on your mind. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop looking out for you. Not now, not ever.
That's not fair. Why can't you just leave me alone? You don't know the first thing about me.
But I do. I know you care about the pain of others. You care, Shion. That's why I want to help.
Because of my thorns, I thought I had been doomed to a life of solitude. Until the day I died, I knew I would be alone.
And now?
The truth is, I'm trying to end my curse and get rid of my thorns.
Get rid of? There's a way to do that? Really?
I'm not completely sure. All I know is there's a chance. But that's the reason I need the Renis Alma.
The Renis Alma?
The Master Core to end all Master Cores. It is bestowed upon the winner of the Crown Contest, the new Sovereign, as proof of their victory. It must be assembled from all 5 Master Cores.
That's why taking down the Lords is so important to you. But Shion, you're not in this alone. If there's a chance we can rid you of your thorns, I'll be by your side the whole way.
That includes us, right?
Like it or not, you're going to have to get used to relying on us every now and then.
What kind of friends would we be otherwise?
Thank you.
Dahnan Liberation and the Renis Alma. Looks like we've got our work cut out for us. If we have any hope of finding this Lord and their Master Core, we start by heading back to Niez.
Man, who would have thought we'd ever get thanked by Shion?
Sounds like someone wants me to grab their arm.
I'm joking! Damn, you're scary sometimes.
Shion's not scary at all.
Alphen.
I'll just, leave you two alone.
About damn time.
Took long enough.
But that's...
Right. I can't wait.
Head on over to the plaza.
What's going on? It seems busier here than before.
Hey, look! Isn't that Beifon over there?
Ah, there you are. It seems I owe you all an apology. I'm guessing you didn't find the Lord back in the forest, did you?
No, but something tells me you already knew that.
That I did. Turns out I bit down on some bad intel when I should have known better. Apparently, Deadeye's not as trusting of me as I thought.
But why would he feed you bad intel?
My guess? He wanted me to lead you all astray. Make sure you weren't sniffing around where he didn't want you to be. While you were off in the forest, I got word that one of our squads captured the Lord. The place wasn't even close to where you were searching.
I see. Well, the important thing is that you finally caught her. Did you suffer many casualties?
You're not going to believe this, but she didn't even put up a fight. She had no escort either.
Well, what about her Master Core? Was it recovered?
Sorry. They only briefed me on the basics. For now, Deadeye's getting ready to make his victory speech out in the plaza. In the meantime, I've been ordered to set up a defense perimeter around the outside of the city. So I'll be out of town for a while. I imagine Deadeye will announce what he intends to do with the Lord during his speech. You'll have to let me know how it goes. Anyway, until next time.
A Renin Lord surrendering without a fight? Something doesn't add up here.
I'm afraid I can't say I know much of her lordship personally.
There's a lot about this that doesn't make sense. The Master Core is a concern too. Let's stick around like Beifon suggested and see what happens. We don't leave until we get to the bottom of this. I'm worried about just what Deadeye has in store for Almeidrea. For now, let's wait at the inn until he gives his victory speech.
Everybody's so excited.
They can hardly be blamed when they've apprehended an enemy leader. That said...
Yeah. There's some way to calm them down?
These must be the Danins the Darkwings freed.
Yeah. The city might be in ruins, but the people have risen from the ashes.
This is the place Beifan said Deadheim would reveal the Lord's fate. I wonder what he'll do to her.
Well...
Is that? Yes. It's Lord Almeidrea Kynaris.
Please stop! No good can come of such hatred. Stop or there'll be no turning back.
Is this supposed to be justice? Astral energy? Why now?
You don't think that...
The fruit of Helgen.
I did warn you, did I not? Nothing good can ever come of such nasty hatred.
I found you at last.
make you pay for what you did to my parents!
What do we have here? Could it really be the witch from Dana? Honestly, I thought I had wiped all of you out of existence back then. I guess there was one survivor after all.
Hey, Rinwell!
Shut up! This is the only thing that's keeping me going anymore. Stay out of my way or I'll kill you!
Rinwell.
I'll kill you. I swear it. I will kill you! What did you... Why are you defending her?
I'm not really sure, you know. But when I look into your eyes, I can't let you do it.
What about you? Are you not the one who got revenge for his father? Don't I deserve that as much as you? Move aside. If you don't, then I'll blast you again.
Even so, sorry. I'm afraid that I can't let you do that. No way. I can't let you kill her. Not while your face is full of the same hatred as those people who died.
You saw what she did. What are you saying? She should just get away with it all?
You're right. Rinwell. I don't know what I'm doing. But still, I know it's wrong. If you go through with this, I know you'll regret it. I'm sorry. I am. Forgive me.
I can't believe you. You, of all people. Of all the people! Why did you... Why you
Is your little show quite finished?
Why, you...
For many years of my life, I devoted myself to the study of astral arts. But the knowledge I took from your family was truly enlightening indeed. For that, you deserve a reward. I shall allow you to taste one of the fruits of my labor. Rearranging life and death to form new hellish compositions. That is what I do best. Now behold!
Law, I'm...
Sorry for almost blowing me up? Hey, not like it's the first time. Come on, we need to take her down.
Okay.
Talent Storm!
Win!
Watch it!
Let the marksman handle this. I never miss.
Hit him where it hurts most.
Severing win! Win!
Light Astral Edge! Dance in the wind!
Graviton! Watch it!
Seal! Mega Ray! More for the stockpile!
Prepare to be sealed!
Here's a healing arrow with that came from!
Take this!
Dance in the wind! Sleep now!
It's
More
on!
for the stamina!
Not today!
Astral Edge! More with that
Glacial
came from!
Spear.
Here's the evil!
Win!
Raging Storm!
Lunar Rondo!
Flawless flight!
Shattering the
Here, let me help.
pieces! Attack time!
Nothing gets by me!
Gale Force!
Varna!
Lightning Condemn!
Rip and tear!
Take it! Thunderblade! Gravitas Field!
Crumble!
Confiscated! Mega Ray!
Severing
Lightning
Wind!
Condemn!
I'm on a
This
roll
one's all
now!
mine!
Thunderblade!
Not today!
Here, let me help. First aid!
I owe you one.
Talon
Lunar
Hurricane!
Gale Force! Steering Raging Reload! I'm out!
Talon Storm!
Let the marksman handle this.
Wind!
Mega Ray!
Talon Storm!
You require a
Raging Cascade! Radiant Pierce!
Blow away!
In here!
Wind!
Here's a healing art! I'll be saving this one! First aid!
Watch Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo! Glimmer Dragon!
Raging Cascade!
Wind!
Sweet now!
In a bind?
Reload!
Lunar Rondo!
More for the
I'll run you
stockpile.
through!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
All good things come
Here's
to
a
an end.
healing art! Denied!
Severing Wind!
Hey, that...
Lunar
All
Ignite!
day!
Take
that! Go! You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
Mega Ray! Shining!
Severing Wind!
Now in the groove!
Mega Ray! Sealed!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing art! First aid! Tempest Swirl!
I'm on it.
Hear me! Flaming Fire! Burning Strike! Not in your dreams!
Lunar Rondo!
Here's the evil! Ha! Freeze Lancer!
Bang blast!
Here, let me
Severing Wind!
help! Lightning Orb!
Lunar Rondo!
Raging Cascade!
First strike! I'll end
Sealed.
you!
Severing
I'll be
Wind!
saving this one! Radiant Pierce!
I'm on a roll!
Wind!
I'm out! More with the
Severing Wind! Now,
Where
while
are
it's
you
reeling!
going? Take it down!
You require a hand.
Here, let me
This
help!
one's all mine! Lunar Rondo! Burn in hell!
Rip and tear!
Wind!
Leave the chargers to me!
Annihilation!
No further!
Radiant Pierce!
I'm
Here's a healing art!
Severing Wind!
Raging
I owe you one.
Talon Storm!
Severing Wind!
Here comes!
Lunar Rondo!
Lightning Condemn!
Eagle shattering to pieces! Attack time!
Gemini
Sada!
Alpha!
Wind!
I'll finish you here and
Lunar
now!
Rondo!
Eagle
Tempest
dive!
Swirl!
Talon
Here,
Storm!
let me help!
Severing Wind!
First aid!
Severing Wind!
That tail's a problem.
Then let's focus there first.
Not on my watch! Freeze Lancer!
Severing Wind!
Bullseye! Raging Cascade! It's over! Fred! Dance in the wind!
Rimwell!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Here I go! I'm only getting one!
Wind!
Wind
Lunar
Astral
Rondo!
Energy! Flame!
Talon
Healing!
Hurricane!
Flame of
Ready to
Fury!
go! Varna!
I'm ready! Lightning
Take
Condemn!
this!
Where are you going? Eat this! Here, let me
Eat
help!
this! I'll run you through!
Go dance in the wind!
Wind!
Eagle dive! I'll finish you
Lunar
here
Rondo!
and now!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! Thunderblade! Cover the caster! Freeze Lancer!
Ready and raring!
Here, let me
I'll
help!
smash you!
One will
Lunar Rondo!
Aid!
Thanks.
Thunderblade! By the power of water! Here goes! Lightning
Wind!
Condemn!
Lunar Rondo!
Ammo! First aid!
Frickin' does it!
Wind!
Tempest!
Severing Wind!
Hurricane! Annihilation!
Eagle dive!
Piss off!
Talon
Burn in
Storm!
hell!
Here! Archsteel
Lunar
healing
Rondo!
art! Not in your dreams!
Crumble!
First
I
aid!
owe you one.
Roll now!
Raging Storm!
It was nice while it lasted. In a bind?
Glacial Spear!
Lunar Rondo!
Astral Energy! Freeze Lancer!
Severing Wind!
Storm!
Here, let me help! Supernova!
Wind!
First
Talon
aid!
Hurricane!
Raging Cascade!
Severing Wind!
Fred! Radiant Pierce!
Wind!
I'm on out!
Talon
Severing
Hurricane!
Wind!
Hey, that... Glimmer Marksman handle this! This one's mine! Lightning Condemn!
Ignite!
Eat this! Anything in armor is all
Severing
mine!
Wind!
First
Lunar
aid!
Rondo!
I'm on it!
I'm all stopped up! Annihilation! Astral Energy!
Severing
Dance in
Wind!
the wind!
I'll
Air
end you!
thrust! First aid!
Wind!
Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Severing Wind!
Freeze Lancer!
Lunar Rondo!
Tempest Swirl! Talon Storm!
Severing Wind!
Photon Blast!
Take this!
Wind!
That's
Here's
frickin'
a
does
healing
it!
art!
This one's all mine!
First aid!
I really owe you one.
I'm gonna
burn in hell!
That's freaking justice! Not on my watch!
Rondo!
Watch and weep! Magna Ray! In here!
Eat this! That's freaking
Water!
justice!
Water! Go to the
Hurricane!
More with that! Here!
Severing wind! Luna Rondo! Talon Storm! Wind! Blow away!
Reload!
Severing wind!
Gemini Tempest!
Wind! Eat this!
Swallow's Bite!
Severing wind!
Getting stronger!
It's switching up its movements.
Watch out! Armor won't save you!
Annihilate! Primed and ready! Light Astral
This one's
Energy!
mine!
Not today! First
Lightning
strike!
Condemn!
Wind!
I'm out of ammo!
Luna Rondo!
Back into the fray!
Big blast!
Annihilation! Lightning! Downfall!
Take this!
Here's a healing arc!
I'm
Dance
already
Blade!
out!
Come and can't get out of...
Wind!
Run through!
Luna Rondo!
Into the shadows! Wind Astral Energy!
Wind!
Raging Cascade!
Luna Rondo!
Annihilation! Here, let me help! Dance in the wind! I can't heal you forever! Wait now! Here goes! Confiscated! Radiant Pierce! Here's a healing arc! First aid! In the wind! In here!
This should do it!
Fury! Burning Tyrant!
What the?
Pierce evil!
Severing wind!
It's weakened!
This ends now! Wind!
Here, let me help! First aid!
Thank
you! Lightning
Wind!
Raging Cascade!
Ignite!
Radiant
I'll
look
finish
at
you here and
here!
now!
It's mine! More for the stockpile!
In a bind?
Talon Blast!
Here's a healing
Severing
arc!
wind! Rinwell!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Is everyone all right?
Yeah. But Almeidrea got away. Rinwell, are you...
What the hell happened here?
Beifon, is that you? Thank goodness you're okay.
I've been outside the city this whole time, but I sensed a disturbance in the wind and decided to turn back. What happened here? Where is everybody?
Almeidrea's handiwork. She allowed herself to be captured so she could rile up the Dahnans into a frenzy and rob them of their astral energy. She wiped out almost everyone in the plaza, including Deadheim.
Deadheim's dead. Everyone. And the Darkwings. Almost all of our companions in the Resistance. How could this happen?
Regardless of what she had to gain, what kind of person would do something like that?
If she managed to find kinship in Kelzelik, then I'd say the very worst kind. It's clear now that she used Menancia as a testing ground for the fruits of Helgen, before using them here.
So everything that led up to this moment was all a part of her plan.
Once she knew they'd eaten enough tainted food, she just needed to get herself caught.
We have to go after her. Balseph and Ganabelt were horrible, but Almeidrea makes them look like saints. I doubt she's really gone back into hiding. We have to put an end to this, once and for all.
Yeah, what she's done can't be forgiven.
I don't know what to do. I saw what hatred did to those people, but hating her is the only thing that's kept me going. I can't just stop hating her. What am I supposed to do? Tell me. Smile at her from across the battlefield? Apologize while we fight her? I don't know if I can do that.
Rinwell.
Nobody can understand what you've been through. We can't even begin to imagine the pain you've experienced. But if hate is what has kept you going ever since that day, then let it be your strength. However, think about this. When you've had your revenge, when we've beaten Almeidrea, then what will you do?
Huh?
I'm saying you're going to have to find a way to survive once that hatred is gone. When it is, what do you plan on doing then?
I don't know. I've never thought about it before.
Almeidria's death doesn't have to be your end too. You need a reason to live, Rinwell, not an excuse to die. Understand?
She's right. We could never truly know the pain that Almeidria has caused you. But I think you should listen to Shionne. Give yourself time to consider things. And if it's too much right now, it's okay for you to sit this one out.
No. My head might be a mess right now, but I'm not letting you fight Almeidria without me. I need to be there. Please. That much I do know. I'm going with you. And on the road, I'll think about it. A reason to live. Without hate.
That said, it'll be no good chasing after her blind with no idea where she went. Beifan, do you have any ideas where she might have gone?
I can't say for sure, but west of here is an underground harbor along a cliff near the coast. She spent years building a ship there, a floating fortress that she called her castle on the sea. No one quite knew why she wanted the thing, but now...
Of course. She's already effectively destroyed her own capital. It's likely she planned to abandon her realm as well.
Right. That's as good a lead as any. Let's go. What's that woman going to do next?
Nothing good, I'll bet.
We'll stop it this time.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
I still can't believe what that Almeidrea did. Not only that, but she was enjoying it.
It's patently clear she has no respect for human life whatsoever.
We need to take her out. I don't think I've ever felt so enraged at another person in my whole life.
Yeah! There's no way she's getting away with this!
Then we head for the underground docks. We need to hurry. Rinwell, can you keep moving?
Yeah. My family and I, we spent all of our days just living in hiding. Until one day when we were found and attacked. I was the only one my dad and the others hid. That's the reason I survived. While the rest of my family was butchered. The only thing that I could see was the crest of a lord glowing through the smoke. And then...
It was Almeidrea who did it. I'm sorry, Rinwell.
That woman. Did she really find the existence of Dahnan mages to be that much of a threat?
Enough to invade another lord's territory? No, I doubt that. Most likely, she was after their knowledge and techniques. She only did it so she could become stronger. That's the kind of woman she is.
In retrospect, I do remember her making it sound like she created that monster she summoned.
A monster. I wonder, do you all think of me as a monster? Because I'm able to use magic even though I'm Dahnan?
Rinwell.
Of course we don't think you're a monster, you dummy.
Huh?
I might have had to hold you back, but it's her fault any of this ever happened, not yours. Got it?
Law.
You guys want to rest here? I hope we manage to catch Almeidrea soon.
I hope so too, before she can cause any more havoc.
You okay, Rinwell?
Oh, yeah.
Don't push yourself too hard now, okay?
Okay. Thanks. Oh, Hootle. I don't know what to do.
Dohalim, your spare bracers were getting dirty, so I polished them up along with the rest of your equipment.
Why, thank you, Kisara. I greatly appreciate that.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but you sure seem to fuss over Dohalim a whole lot, Kisara.
It is a little strange. Almost like you're still in his service.
Really? That's certainly not my intention. Besides, he's not the only one I'm like that with. Hey, Law, I saw your clothes were starting to get holes in them, so I stitched them back up for you.
Oh, wow! Thanks, Kisara.
Point taken. Do you just like looking after people?
I wouldn't go so far as to say I like it, but I get anxious if I don't. I'd always like to help if I can. It comes naturally to me. Back in the day, Miguel and I used to look after the younger kids a lot, so that's probably where it comes from. He taught me everything I know, and I mean everything. How to cook with wild plants, how to sew clothes so they'll last. Without him, we never would have been able to survive.
However, you're not a lord anymore, Dohalim. You need to get used to the idea that people aren't just going to wait on you hand and foot.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm ashamed to admit that I felt no qualms about her doing all that for me. As both a Renan and especially as a lord, one becomes too accustomed to those beneath you tending to your every need, both Renans and Danans alike.
Sure, that's how all you Renans are probably raised. But just to be clear, we're not your servants, Dohalim. Got that?
Absolutely. Moments such as this provide me with ample opportunity to confront my unease. It is difficult to tend with my own motivations.
What do you mean?
The truth of the matter is that my espousal of coexistence in Menancia hardly came from an idealistic place. That instinctive unease I feel deep within serves as a reminder for what it is that all of us here fight for.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one's going to abandon you if you aren't always perfect.
Looking at her now, I think she's more like his mom than his servant.
Good. This came out. Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Maintaining your shield? It's becoming a familiar sight.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the Guard. Now, it's just a part of my routine.
Your brother always seems to come up whenever I talk to you.
That's because we had no other relatives, so it was just the two of us growing up. He was my idol, the one I looked up to and wanted to be like. When I became a guardsman, Lagiel wasn't too pleased to see me at first. It was Miguel who really welcomed me aboard.
Lagiel? Oh, right. She was Miguel's second in the Gold Dust Cats, wasn't she?
That's right. She's always been a very critical and down-to-earth person. In other words, the complete opposite of a dreamer like me.
You're more an idealist than some pie-in-the-sky dreamer.
Even so, that's my brother's doing. He'd never let me stop seeing a brighter world. He always did what he could to keep me smiling and happy.
You must have meant a lot to him.
He wasn't just kind, either. He always worked so hard to set an example for me and everyone else around him. He was a true big brother. So much so that when he thought I was asleep, he'd slip out of the house to go training on the outskirts of town.
You seem to know a lot about it.
That's because I only pretended to be asleep and would follow after him. You know what? I'm at a good stopping point with my shield. If you've got time, how about I tell you a couple more Miguel stories?
I guess I'd better get comfortable.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything? You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
A dead end?
No, there's an elevator. Looks operational.
I can't believe there's actually an underground harbor here. There are even boats docked.
I only see Danans. Think they were forced to work here?
Probably. Let's see what they have to share about Almeidrea.
What could this be?
You didn't happen to see a lord come by, did you?
Sorry, friend, but she just left. Came by with a whole posse of underlings, boarded her ship, and took off at first wind. We damn near got blown away. She was that much in a hurry.
Damn! So we missed her!
You guys trying to go after her? Need a ride?
Are you saying you know how to steer a ship?
Spent most of my life chained to the deck of some ship or other. Yeah, I know my jib from my boom.
We don't know how dangerous it'll be. Better you give us the boat and stay on solid ground.
Whoa there! You been out on the water before? The sea ain't nobody's friend, you know. You need a sea dog like me or you'll sink her before she makes it out the harbor.
We're losing time. Sir, we're in your debt.
Now that's more like it. Name's Mahavar. Just give me a holler when you're all set and we'll set sail. This is like a dream come true. Never gotten to captain a ship before. Never would have thought I'd get a chance like this. Thank you, y'all.
The pleasure's all ours. Think we'll catch up to her?
Course we will. They got too much weight on them. Meanwhile, this ship's carrying nothing but us salty scalawags. They got a good head start on us, but we can take them.
Do you know if there are any Danans on that ship?
Couldn't say for sure. On the one hand, seeing as it's supposed to be something of another castle, I'd reckon they probably wouldn't let a bunch of Danans on board. On the other hand, I'd be real surprised if the Renans were able to pilot that thing all by themselves. In any case, it's gonna be a while before we reach her. Until then, you're all free to do whatever. Just don't fall in the ocean.
I know Mahavar said we could take it easy, but there's not exactly a lot to do on this boat. I guess I'll check in on everyone and see how they're holding up.
I took a look around inside the ship just in case, but I didn't find anything that looked like it might be suspicious.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
You know, it wasn't until I left Calaglia that I finally realized just how big the world is.
When we tore down the wall in Calaglia, and I could finally see the horizon in the far-off distance, I had the exact same thought.
Yeah, somehow the sea is different though. I'm not sure just how to put it. It's almost as if it just goes on forever. I bet my old man would have been blown away by this view.
Yeah.
Ever since he died, I've been thinking about what it was that he was really trying to say to me at the end. I keep going over his words again and again. And heck, maybe I'm just overthinking it all. But still, sometimes I wonder if it could have turned out differently. If there was something I could have done. But no matter how much I play it back, I'm still no closer to finding any answers. And then there's everything with Rinwell. I stopped her from killing Almeidrea, but was that really the right thing to do? Or did I just end up making things harder for her? I feel like such a screw-up.
You're not the only one. I keep asking myself what Zephyr would have done had he been here. Like I think, how would Zephyr have handled Rinwell?
Yeah, I think he definitely would have stopped her. No doubt about it.
And that's exactly what you did, Law. I think he'd be really proud of you.
Alphen.
Zephyr's not the worst yardstick to measure ourselves against. Let's both do our best to make him proud.
Sounds like a deal. Thanks, Alphen.
Hold that pose long enough and someone might just come along and paint you.
Any artist who'd see fit to paint me needs their eyes tested.
What can you tell me about Almeidrea?
Not as much as you'd probably wish. I only ended up crossing paths with her a handful of times, after I was chosen to be a lord on Lenegis.
Ah, right. I almost forgot about Lenegis. How much do you think they know about what's been going on down here?
It's safe to assume they know everything, though I know not why they choose to remain uninvolved. Perhaps they see what's been happening as just part of the ongoing crown contest.
Even what Almeidrea did? Has it really reached the point where her actions are seen as normal?
Not to my knowledge, no. At its core, the crown contest is a competition to see who can amass the most astral energy. And to amass such energy, slaves are needed to collect it from. It's therefore against the Lord's interest to kill them.
So then why would Almeidrea do something like that?
We must remember that time is running out in the crown contest. Perhaps her hand was forced, so to speak. It is a way to accrue astral energy faster and in larger quantities than through slave labor. Doing so kills off that labor force, obviously, but it is a means to an end nonetheless. No one could have foreseen that something like the Hollowing would arise back when the contest was first conceived.
Is becoming the Sovereign of Renna really that important to the Lords?
Of course. It's the greatest prize one can attain in their eyes. In that respect, at least, I'm really not that surprised that Almeidrea resorted to what she did, as utterly despicable as it is.
It's reassuring to hear you feel the same way I do.
I worry that the only reason I never did anything similar in Menancia was due to my lack of ambition.
If you didn't want to be reminded of your past, you could have just plugged your ears.
You think too highly of me. I'm afraid I must respectfully disagree. I'm not nearly as virtuous of a person as you might wish to believe.
If that's so, would you have been so shaken up when Kisara lost her brother? Why else would you turn your back on your own kind and choose to fight for Miguel's dream? Aren't we just Danans?
A curious choice of words. Did what you see in Mahag Saar hit you that hard?
What Deadheim did to that city, he didn't liberate anyone. Anyone who refused to follow him was an enemy in his eyes. 300 years of Renan rule taught him nothing.
What I have come to understand is that the conflict extends beyond Danan versus Renan. There is an internal quarrel as well. I mean to bring about a true, lasting coexistence in Menancia. But there are more walls we must topple first.
And you don't think you can pull it off?
Well, you seem to think you can, at least.
Does that make us enemies?
Insofar as an exchange of swordplay, no, it doesn't.
Not good enough for you?
Are you really... Forgive me. I will continue to fight by your side a while longer. That much I have decided.
You don't look so good. Are you all right?
The floor... it keeps moving. How can you stand it? How can you even stand?
I'm not the best person to ask about discomfort. I can't feel pain, remember?
I still can't believe what happened in Niez. Even now. As a lord, my expectations for Almeidrea were already pretty low. But the way she treated human lives like they're mere playthings...
Yeah. And it wasn't as if the situation in Niez was improving much to begin with.
You mean Deadheim?
The whole reason I started fighting back was because of my anger at the atrocities of Renan rule. Back then, all I had to worry about was fighting the Renans for the sake of the Dahnans. But then I met Shion and the people of Menancia, and things became a lot more complicated. It's even messier now that we have to worry about Dahnans like Deadheim.
It used to be that the Dahnans were the ones in the right, and the Renans were the ones in the wrong. Though, maybe that was just a biased perspective, from being on the side of the oppressed.
Exactly. I'll never tolerate the Renans ruling over us. But nothing ever ends up being as black and white as you'd expect it to be either. That's clear to me now.
That said, even putting aside bad apples like Deadheim for a moment, you may be able to free the Dahnan people, but that won't undo 300 years of oppression. It'll be hard for them to not give in to their resentment. I think maybe that's why I clung to our dream so hard back in Menancia.
Even if his motivations weren't pure, Dohalim has a good heart. He didn't sink to the depths Almeidrea did.
You don't understand. I'm saying that it goes deeper than that. This hierarchy we live in, it's not solely something the Renans invented. I remember a story Rinwell once told me. She said before the Renans invaded, we Dahnans had our own class system. We are the ones who divided ourselves. I saw it in Deadheim's eyes. He wanted to rule over others.
To hear Beifong tell it, Deadheim wasn't always that way.
But as time went on, and he and the Darkwings fought the Renans, he eventually changed. I guess what I'm getting at is, if we defeat the Renans but just go back to the way things were before, was there even any point in fighting?
But that world isn't the one you want to create, right?
Maybe not. But to tell you the truth, these days I'm not so sure that dream is even possible.
You have your promise to Miguel, though. Your home and the people of Menancia are depending on you.
I know. My brother. He truly believed in his dream of coexistence. And I suppose, even now, many people still do. And then, there's you.
Who, me?
You and Shion.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, then let me spell it out for you. How many other Renans and Dahnans do you know that get on as spectacularly as the two of you?
I don't know that I'd say spectacularly.
Well, I suppose it's really all a matter of how you look at it, isn't it?
I really don't see what you're getting.
I think I'm getting seasick again. Sorry. Can you just give me a wide berth for a few minutes?
Do you think Law is okay?
If you're worried, why don't you ask him yourself?
Yeah. I think maybe I should apologize to him too. I should apologize to all of you, really.
Us too?
Well, I was kinda lying to you all this whole time. I was blind to everything except my own revenge. I never even considered the struggles all of you might be facing.
We all have things we'd prefer to keep to ourselves, Rinwell. So what if you had something to hide? It doesn't undo the good that you've done, or the people that you've helped save along the way.
But that's not what I mean.
I know. You're talking about Almeidrea, right?
Yeah. I hate her, Alphen. I can't stop hating her. Even just thinking about her makes my head feel like it's going to explode. But it's not just her. I think about the way Law looked at me. I hated the Lord who killed my parents. And I hated the Renans I had to travel alongside. And yet, Cyslodius Danans backstab each other like it's a normal way of life. And Mahag Saar has people like Deadeye. But then there are people like Law and Shionne. It's all just too much. I don't know what to think anymore.
Law never said that you had to forgive Almeidrea. It's only natural you would hate your family's murderer. But
what?
Law left home because of how much he hated his father. As a result of that, well, I think Law spent a lot of time thinking about how they never got to make things right. And if I had to guess, killing Ganabel didn't make any of those feelings go away. Law let revenge fuel him, and I think now he's afraid you'll do something you'll regret.
Afraid?
Whatever happens to Almeidrea when this is all over is up to you. I'll respect whatever choice you make. Just think it over carefully for me, okay? You still have time.
Okay. Thanks, Alphen. Say, back then, after the fight, I think I really made Shionne mad. I don't know, though. Maybe it just looked that way. But I guess I just can't seem to understand how she feels. Do you know why she gets like that?
Shionne's... She can be a tough nut to crack. She doesn't really talk a whole lot about herself.
It's just what she said about hate being a source of strength. Where did that come from? I wonder how it feels, not being able to hold another person's hand.
Lean much further, you'll go overboard. Keeping an eye out for Almeidrea's ship?
I'm looking at the ocean.
The ocean?
Yeah. The waves. They help me think. This world is filled with natural wonders. The icy air and white peaks of Cyslodia, the lush green glades of Menancia, the harsh wastes of Calaglia. But Menancia has its Lake of Death, and Nias its ruins. And they wouldn't be there if it weren't for that contest.
Say we actually manage to put a stop to the crown contest for good. What do you think will happen between the Danans and the Renans then?
You first.
Well, I want to believe that the coexistence we saw in Menancia can happen elsewhere, too. It's insane for all of us to keep fighting. If Menancia can do it, so can everyone else.
Yeah, I think that would be good too. A world where everyone can get along. At least, that's what I've come to believe.
You sure have changed.
I can't lie to you. Since I was young, I've looked down on the Danans too. But I've seen a lot. And I see things differently now. I've seen so many ugly and terrible things in this world. And yet, they didn't come from just the Danans. And the good things too. They didn't come from just the Renans. Kindness and cruelty exist on both sides. A person's race doesn't factor into it. So, I guess you're right after all, Alphen. I have changed. You know, I've never actually touched another person like this.
Shionne.
Ever since I was on Lenegis, I've always been alone. Even after I came to Dana. Always.
And now?
Do you still not remember your past?
No. Sometimes it feels like I can almost remember. But then this mask stops me.
The mask keeps you from remembering why you have the mask in the first place. It's a little ironic, isn't it?
A little. Well, it won't be long now before you're rid of those thorns, you know? Only 2 lords remain. And once you have their master course, you'll be able to create the Renis Alma, right? Then you can... Shionne?
Sorry, it's nothing. Promise. You're right, though. It'll all be over soon. I never could have made it this far on my own. I have everyone to thank for that. Including... especially you, Alphen.
Don't worry about it. We're friends, after all.
Yeah, we are.
Wonder how much longer it's going to be before we catch up to Almeidrea. I'll ask Mahavar.
Look who's up! Good timing. We're closing in on her stern as we speak.
That's the ship? She's huge. Law, go gather the others, will you? Think you'll be able to flank them without getting spotted?
Yeah, with the fog as our ally, I think I might just pull it off. Long as we ain't too noisy, we should be okay.
What'll you do if they catch on to us?
Not much I can do. Ship that size, they'll probably blow us to bits before we ready cannons.
Persistent little things. Evidently, I shouldn't have spared the wretched vermin. Hungry already, my dear? Worry not, for you shall have plenty to feast upon shortly.
Perfect. You managed to get us right up beside them.
I'll stay with the ship so we can leave as soon as you're done.
Good. Then let's find Almeidrea.
Xion, I want to thank you.
What brought this on?
What you said helped to calm me.
Don't mention it.
Now that's what I call a ship!
Yeah. The biggest one in all of Mahag Saar. So big that it took years to construct.
For all we know, Kelzelik may well have been smuggling materials to help build it. In which case it would be yet another mistake on my part.
We don't know that she was only getting materials from Menancia.
You think it's possible that they might have come from elsewhere too? Yeah, I guess I could see it.
But what do you think Almeidrea plans to do from here on out, now that she's abandoned her realm and sailed out to sea?
She'll be filling her coffers with gold, most likely. Then she'll sit back and enjoy the show as the other lords duke it out. Or something to that effect, at least.
I wouldn't put it past her.
She's strong, yet shrewd, and will stoop to any low. A dangerous one indeed.
She's not the first, and she won't be the last. This is a lord we're talking about, remember?
Sounds like you've made up your mind already.
There was never anything to decide. No one who can smile like that while doing what she did deserves to roam free.
Yeah, you're right.
This might not be the best time, but if you have a minute. That mask of yours, it was shattered by a blow from Balsev when you fought back in Calaglia, correct?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I thought I was a goner.
Balsev's brute strength was in a league all its own. Yet half the mask remains. It's remarkably durable. Too durable to be Dahnan in origin.
Xion said the same thing. As if the fact I was wearing it meant there had to be more to me than met the eye.
You recalled your name when the mask broke, I hear.
Yeah, that's right. Although to tell you the truth, I'm a little scared what might happen when I lose the remaining half. Then again, the idea of not doing something because I'm afraid scares me even more. That's why I go on fighting.
Only he who first faces the night catches a glimpse of the dawn.
Come again?
It's nothing. Forget I said anything.
of you!
Severing wind! Luna Rongo!
Glacial Sphere!
Shining
Supernova! Dance in the wind! Lancer! Air thrust! Light
Severing
the true gunslinger around here! Raging Cascade!
Eagle Fly!
Sleep now! There!
Engage! Severing wind! Luna Rongo! Damn it!
Can't
Too
be
fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Breeze Lancer! Raging! Here goes!
Luna Rongo! Burn!
Crumble! Reload! Thunder!
Wind!
Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Crumble!
Dance in the
Severing
wind!
wind!
Here
Luna
goes!
Rongo! Pieces! Attack!
Breeze Lancer! Do it!
You require a hand.
Severing wind!
Dance in the wind! I'm only getting
Wind!
started!
Now you see what I... Watch this!
I'll be saving this!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get
Severing
out!
wind! I see one, eh?
Magna Ray!
No further! Severing wind! I'm going in!
Magic is searing flame! Breeze Lancer!
Severing wind!
Cyclone!
I'm on it!
I never miss!
It's almost too strong. Then I'll split it open. Be my guest.
I'm out! Can't be
Fire support! Severing wind! Silver dragon! Wind! Fall back! I'm on it! Severing wind!
Go get him!
Ignite!
Lightning Strike!
Rongo!
There! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Certainly not bad. No complaints here.
Huh?
Got it. That went well.
Are you okay? You're not too tired, are you?
Nope, I'm fine. Let's keep moving.
An opponent like this should be easy.
For my lord! Wind hurricane! Severing wind!
Ready! You're mine!
Out of the way!
You think that shield will save you?
Wind and tear! Luna Rongo!
An astral arch?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Armor won't save you!
Turn up!
Can't get out of this!
Fall back! It's all down! Luna Rongo! First strike!
In the wind!
Severing wind!
I'm out of ammo!
I'm on this!
Lightning
Wind!
You picked the wrong fight.
That freaking does it!
Magna Ray!
Severing wind! Luna Rongo! Wind hurricane! Glimmer severing wind!
Condemned! I never miss! Thunderbolt! I'll heal you all!
Talon severing wind report!
Healing shield!
Luna Rongo!
One more! Lightning!
Wind!
In the wind!
Eat this! Release!
Not in your dreams!
Wind!
Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Here I go!
I'm on it! Luna Rongo! Fire up! Away! Wind! Luna Rongo!
Now! Frozen!
Hammer!
Back into the fray!
We're not finished! Luna Rongo!
Lost!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
I need to be stronger.
Now you'll learn!
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Eagle Fly! Sleep now.
Wind!
More for the stockpile.
I won't show you any mercy!
Pierce! Do
Lunar
it!
Rondo!
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Lightning orb!
Wind!
More where that came from!
Glacial Spear!
Now you see
Pierce
what I
the
can on a
Thunder
roll
Field.
now!
Dance
Severing
in the
Wind!
wind! Freeze
Lunar
Blaster!
Rondo!
Air thrust!
Glimmer Dragon! Severing Wind!
Do it! Split them last minute!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Barely a blip on our radar.
No choice!
I'm ready! Strike!
Lunar Rondo!
Laser ray! This one's mine!
Denied!
In a
Take
bind!
my revenge on you! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Wind!
Freeze Lancer!
Hurricane! Severing Wind!
Just getting started!
Here goes! Confiscated!
Do it!
Lost!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
Nicely done. What could this be?
No backing down!
You've got spirit!
Burn it hell!
Damn it!
It's weakened! Raging Storm!
This ends now!
They really don't give frozen!
Hammer!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Ow!
Got you now!
I can carve through armor!
You'll pay for what you did! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I'm
Light
on!
Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Denizen! There! Got you! Raging Cascade!
Ready to go!
I'm all sleep now!
I'm just
Far
getting
enough.
started!
I'll be
will ya?
saving this one!
That freaking does it!
This help? Air thrust!
Eat this!
Now something
Severing
else.
Wind!
Wind! You picked the wrong fight!
Why
on
you?
Wind!
Here! Talon Hurricane!
Severing Wind!
In the sky, it's mine!
Can't get out of this!
Severing Wind!
Talon That freaking does it!
Annihilation!
Lunar Rondo!
Talon Hurricane! Rip and tear!
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Radiant Fluffy!
Wind!
Talon Hurricane!
Lunar Rondo!
Rip and tear!
Severing Wind!
Eat this!
Wind!
Severing
Wind!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Severing Wind! Burn!
Annihilation! Radiant
Severing Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Far enough!
Talon Hurricane!
Do it! Xeon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Never seen anything like it.
It's an authentication key. They're quite common.
Maybe where you're from, but this is new to me.
It might go in an elevator somewhere. We should test it out. Let's dispose of the trash.
Wind!
Eat this!
Lunar Rondo!
Searing flame! Reload!
First strike!
Raging storm!
Severing Wind!
The earth
Glacial
throbs
spear!
in pain.
Pierce evil! Lightning orb! Lancer!
Eat this! Wind!
Here
Can't
goes!
get out of this!
This one's mine! Dance in the
Severing
wind!
Wind!
Radiant Pierce! This one's mine! I'll be saving this one!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Light
Yeah!
astral energy!
And the pummeling to me!
Light astral and
Lunar
lightning
Rondo!
descent! Thunderblade! Cover
Wind!
faster! Searing flame! Reload!
Severing wind!
Flame of
Wrong!
fury! Now, burning strike!
Glacial spear. Pierce
Wind!
evil.
Dance in the wind!
Lunarondo!
Air thrust!
Anything normal.
Severing wind!
There!
Burn!
You're mine! Wind astral energy!
I'm out of ammo.
Wind!
Do you require a hand?
I'm on!
Take this!
Thunder field! Light
Severing
astral
wind!
now!
Eat this!
Light burst forth!
Radiant citizen!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion. These don't seem like your run-of-the-mill Zeugles the Renans usually keep around.
Indeed. I believe it's safe to assume these were used in her experiments.
They certainly look as twisted as her.
Even here. This is...
Little help!
Wind! For my lord! You're done!
Fang blast!
Lightning orb! Wind!
Lightning condemned! Cover the capture!
Take down their defenses!
Got you now!
Burning strike!
Glacial spear.
Free evil!
It's almost too strong!
Split it open!
Be my guest! Severing wind!
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. If it's in the sky,
Raging
it's
Emerald!
mine.
Wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! Dance in the wind! Radiant air! Do it! Light astral energy! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Do you require a hand?
Shining supernova!
Lunarondo!
Healing circle!
Hey,
In a
that...
bind?
Thank you.
Shining supernova! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Lunarondo! This one's all mine!
I'm just getting started! Stockpile.
Severing wind!
Lunarondo!
Lunarondo!
Rip and tear!
Wind!
Friend!
Talk back, will ya?
Severing wind!
Storm! Stockpile!
Take wind! Not today!
Like you
Raging
want!
Wind!
Glacial
spear!
Lunarondo!
Light! Freeze Lancer!
Wind! Talon
Shining
Supernova!
supernova! Now! Frozen!
Hammer!
We managed to pull through.
Hi, Hoodle!
Severing wind!
Flame of fury!
Lunarondo!
Raging spear! Pierce evil!
Severing
Light!
Strike! Talon storm!
Mega ray!
Where are you going?
We got fires!
I've got this!
Denied!
Let a marksman handle
No
it!
further!
Raging
All
storm!
yours.
Here goes!
I'm on a roll!
Demons descend!
Flashing fang!
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Severing wind! Lunarondo!
Dreams!
Armor won't save you!
I'm on it!
Tempest
Spear.
You picked the wrong fight!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen! Hear me! Flame of fury! With this, I can become even stronger! Go no further!
Wind! Eat this!
Thunder!
Lunarondo!
Thunder!
A showdown between Blade and Fist!
Win!
Talon Storm! In here!
Catch it!
Severing
Wind!
Lightning Condemned!
Win!
Thunderblade!
Glacial Sphere! Here's evil!
Severing Wind! Luna Rongo!
I never miss! I'm ready! Raging Storm!
Win! Luna Rongo!
Far enough!
It's on!
Massive
Win!
Wall!
I'll run you through!
Take that!
Severing
Razor
Wind!
Cyclone! Huddle!
Win!
Healing Circle!
I owe you one.
I'll cover you! First Arc Shield!
Severing Wind!
Confiscated!
Hey, that...
Not today!
That frickin' does it!
Light Astral!
Luna Rongo!
Talon Hurricane!
Field! Healing Circle!
Eagle Fly! I can carve through
Luna
armor!
Rongo! I owe you one.
Talon Storm!
Win!
Downfall! Raging
Talon
Storm!
Hurricane!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Severing
That
Wind!
frickin' does it!
Win!
Watch them sweep!
Luna Rongo!
Annihilation! Wind Astral Energy! Annihilation!
Win! Luna Rongo!
That frickin' does it!
Mega
I'm on
Ray!
it!
Win!
Annihilation! Bloodbath!
Luna Rongo!
Downfall!
Nothing gets by me!
Here, let me help! In the
Take
wind!
this! Eat this!
Blade!
Talon Hurricane!
This one's mine! Photon! Lightning Condemned!
You picked the
Eagle
wrong fight!
Fly!
Win!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Here's a healing arc. First
Severing Wind!
Eat
Luna
this!
Rongo!
Talon Hurricane!
Roar! You alright?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Win! This one.
Win!
I'll heal you all.
I'm on it!
Severing
Will
Wind!
this help?
Blow away!
Raging
Win!
Storm! More with ready! Circle!
Hey, that...
I'm on it! Anything in armor is
I'm all
all
stuffed
mine!
up.
Severing Wind!
I'll smash you!
Radiant Hit! Lightning Condemned!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Hurricane!
Searing Flame! Reload!
I'm
Dance
out!
in the wind! I'm all
Severing
stuffed
Wind!
up!
Luna
Do
Rongo!
it! Astral Energy!
Zero!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
I've used a bit too much healing. That equipment should come in handy.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
A barrier. That may indicate Almeidrea is near.
Then we've got to find a way to get through somehow.
Let's see if we can find something that'll release it.
What is that huge flower-looking thing up there? Is that the ship's engine?
Indubitably. As one might expect, large ships require large engines in order to sail.
And if we destroyed it?
We might well sink the ship. Who knows if we would be able to escape before that happens.
Almeidrea sure has been busy since the contest began.
This isn't Almeidrea's doing.
You mean she didn't build this?
The body, yes. However, my guess is that the engine comes from a starship.
A starship? As in one of those vessels used to go to and from Lenegis?
Correct. The technology employed on Lenegis and in starships is more advanced than anything in our daily lives. Almeidrea may be resourceful, but she could never produce an engine like this on her own.
You mean to tell me we've got even bigger enemies waiting for us up in the sky? My head hurts just thinking about it.
Don't worry about that for now. Just focus on taking care of Almeidrea.
Hi, Hootle!
You got spirit!
Talon Hurricane!
Denied!
Glimmer
No
Dragon!
further!
I'll punch that gun out of your hand! Talon Hurricane! Tear!
Photon Flash!
Fire for
Lightning
power
Condense!
and wind! Talon Hurricane!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Talon Storm!
Mission!
I'm out! Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Barely a blip on our...
Way.
Wind!
Talon Storm!
Raging Storm!
Wind!
Talon Hurricane!
No shield can stand up to these fists.
I see one, eh?
Severing Wind!
Flying
Not today!
still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Do it! Dohalim!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that!
Nothing gets by me!
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest. Severing Wind!
Big Blast!
Wind!
Wind Astral Energy! Raging Cascade!
I'm on it!
Sleep now!
Talon Hurricane!
More for the stop!
We're not finished!
That frickin' does it!
Glacial Spear!
Do it!
Lock!
Demons descend! Flashing Fang!
First strike!
Severing Wind! Wind Astral Energy!
There's always room for improvement.
Right, here goes!
Got you now!
Lightning Storm! Dance in the wind!
Wind!
I never miss! You'll have no mercy! I'll heal you all! Air thrust!
Ready and
Burn in
ready!
hell!
Raging Cascade! Healing! Sleep now!
My armor won't save you!
My shield!
I really owe
Severing
you.
Wind!
Do it!
Do it, say!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the wind!
Eat this! Wind! Luna Rongo!
Ready to go!
Wind!
Denied! Raging
In a bind?
In here!
Severing Wind! Luna Rongo!
Dance in the wind!
Wind!
Here's the evil!
Luna Rongo! Severing Wind! It's on!
Eat this!
Luna Rongo! Burn in hell!
Mega Ray! Raging Storm! More where that came
Severing
from!
Wind! Wind! Luna Rongo!
Raging
All finish you
Storm!
here and now!
Severing Wind!
Take this! These fists have got
Wind!
your name on them! First strike!
Luna
I can
Rongo!
carve through armor!
Can be flying! Reload!
Tectonic strike!
Severing Wind! Luna Rongo!
This one's mine!
Wind! Luna Rongo!
Ready to go!
Severing Wind!
It was nice while it lasted. Take this! Rip and tear!
Now!
Gridwell!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
I can feel my power growing!
way!
Severing Wind! Now you'll learn! This will you!
I'm on it!
That freaking does it!
Not spear! Pierce evil! Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
Rebel! Stop them!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Will this help?
On your knees!
Eat this! Raging storm! I can't heal you forever!
Severing Wind!
Magna Hey, that... Raging storm!
Severing Wind! Luna Rongo!
Light Hurricane!
Severing Wind!
Radiant Pierce!
On your knees!
I'm out!
This one's all mine! Come and get it! Anything in armor is all mine!
Severing Wind!
Smash you!
Luna Rongo!
Ready to go!
Just getting started!
Far enough!
Now we're not. In a bind? I'm on!
Luna Rongo!
Power of water!
Severing Wind!
That freaking does it!
This one's all mine!
Eat this!
I never miss!
Burn in hell!
Glimmer
Severing
Dragon!
Wind! Luna Rongo!
Eat this! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Severing Wind!
Power of water! Glacial
Watch it!
Here's the
I'll
evil!
stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
I'm not feeling so great.
Severing Wind!
Tempest
Luna
Wall!
Rongo!
Eat this!
Talon
I will heal you
Severing
all!
Wind! Luna Rongo! Crumble!
Tempest Wall! Will this help?
No, can't end here.
Healing Storm!
I really owe you
Gets
one.
by me!
I'll bring you
Ready
back
and
to this
rare.
abyss!
Far enough!
Take this!
Wind Astral Energy! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here's a healing arm!
Not done yet!
First aid!
I'm on it! Now you see what I can do!
Annihilation!
There.
Wind! Burning strike! Wind Astral Energy! Raging Cascade!
I owe you one.
Strike! Here, let me help! First aid!
I owe you.
Wind!
This is looking good.
Eagle Side! Where are you going? This world!
I
Here's a
have
healing
no
arc!
limits.
Severing Wind!
Luna
Rongo!
Glacial Spear! Here's the
Severing
evil!
Wind! Burn in hell!
Here's a healing arc!
Astral Arc?
That's like you!
Do it!
Shut him down.
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Here, let me help! Dance in the wind! Glacial Spear! Here's the evil! More for the stockpile!
Wind!
Far enough!
No further.
More with that
Luna Rongo!
Glimmer Dragon! Here I go! It's over! Back in
Severing Wind!
Ready and rare!
Annihilation!
Now you see what I can do!
Lightning Orbs!
Severing
Raging
Wind!
Cascade!
Hurricane!
Eagle Dome!
Luna Rongo! Teach you respect!
Searing Flame!
Severing Wind!
Air Thrust! It's over! Lightning Condemned!
Luna Rongo!
Confiscated!
Hurricane! Burn!
Eagle Dawn!
Lightning Orb! Raging
Luna
Cascade!
Rongo!
Spread! Dance in the wind! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
They really made us work for that one.
She sure spared no expense on her castle.
This must be...
The captain's quarters. The presence of the spirit vessel and the sheer extravagance on display can leave no doubt.
There's no one here.
Yeah, but I doubt she's out for a moonlight stroll. You think she jumped ship and ran away again?
I doubt it. The conniving witch is probably up to something.
Agreed. In any case, as long as she hasn't suddenly sprouted wings, she has to be somewhere on the ship. Let's keep looking. way this key's been placed, it's like she's daring us to come find her.
Yeah, like it's all some damn game to her.
What's wrong, sweetie? Is something scaring you?
Maybe he just doesn't like being in her room.
I think there's more to it than that. What could it be? Do you sense one of your friends, Toodle? Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
What could this be?
Get lost!
Win! First strike!
I see one, eh?
Try this on for size!
Win! I'm out of ammo! Eat this one's mine!
Severing wind!
Thunder field! Now! Xion, astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Raging cascade!
Talon hurricane!
Its armor's too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Now. More for the stop!
Severing wind!
Magic is there!
Anything you want! My shield! Severing wind!
Eat this!
Lunar
I'm out
Rondo!
of
Eat
ammo!
dirt!
Raging hurricane! More Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
Could have been worse.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Now you'll learn!
Further.
Raging storm!
Severing wind!
One more! I'm all ready!
Severing wind! Talon storm! Lunar Rondo!
Not on my watch!
Damn it! Wind! Lunar Rondo!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Now!
And the pummeling to me.
Huddle!
Wind! First strike!
Leave the chargers to me!
Gemini Aqua! Magna Raging Cascade!
First strike!
Anything
now!
is all mine!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Eat this! Wind!
Blaze Lancer!
Lose
Dance
it
in the
for
wind!
karma!
Through armor!
You picked the wrong fight!
just,
here.
I'm just getting started.
I'll be saving this one.
Luna
Lightning
Rumble
Strike!
Strike!
This one's mine. I can do this
Wind!
all day. I never miss.
I'm on it. You're done.
Severing Wind!
Now,
Rinwell!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Nicely done. What could this be?
No choice. For my lord! Luna Rondo!
Glimmer Dragon! In a bind?
Magna Ray! Air Thrust!
Severing Wind!
I'm all stopped up!
Luna Rondo!
Annihilate!
Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind!
Dohaline!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Hear me! Flame of
I'm on
Fury!
it.
Cutting Strike!
Too
Glacial
fast.
Spear!
Stand
Here's
back.
evil!
I'll trip it up.
Thunder Blade Lancer!
Severing Wind! Luna Rondo!
Far enough! Dance in the wind! Again! In here!
Eat this!
I'll
Wind!
be saving this
Watch
one!
this.
Glacial Spear!
Evil
Here's
Dodge!
Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind!
Excited!
It's go
Your
time!
lightning orb!
Wind!
Here!
Any injuries? Is this the ship's cargo? What a pain. I can't see anything past all this stuff.
Be on your guard. For all we know, there could be something hiding around here.
No backing down!
Severing Wind!
Rise in pain. Now you see what I can do!
I owe you one.
Take this! Talon Hurricane!
Let the monster
Now I'm in the groove!
Where are you going?
Luna Rondo!
Will this help? Photon Raging Cascade!
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Searing Tempest!
Talon Hurricane!
Lightning!
It's almost too strong! Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Severing
Lightning
Wind!
confiscated!
Do it!
Rinwell! Frozen!
Hammer!
How much longer will our healing arts last?
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
You got
Denied!
Spear! Pierce
Light
evil!
lightning
Lightning
condemn!
Caster!
Severing wind!
Glacial
The
Spear!
enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon
Take
see about
this.
that!
Luna Rongo!
In a bind?
Light Astral! Raging Cascade!
Anything in armor is
Luna
wrong.
Rongo!
Go!
You're mine.
I'm on
I'll
it.
be saving this one!
Severing wind! Luna Rongo!
I'm on it.
Severing wind!
Photon! Raging Cascade!
Just
Severing
wind!
Sky is mine! I never miss! In here!
Hurricane!
More for the Glimmer Dragon!
Leave the charges to me.
I'm all set!
Wind!
I can
We're
do
not
it!
finished!
Annihilation!
Severing wind! Dueling! In an instant! Impact Cross!
Nicely done.
An opponent like this should be easy.
First
I
aid!
owe you one.
I'm on it!
Wind!
Glacial Spear!
Luna Rongo!
I'm on it! Confiscated! Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt!
Hurricane! Luna Rongo! Aim for the weak spot.
In a bind?
Wind Astral
Wind!
Energy!
Wind!
Raging Cascade!
Luna Rongo!
Sleep now! Glacial Spear! Pierce
Severing wind!
Ready and raring.
Dance in the wind!
I'm on a
Green
roll
Lancer!
now.
Air
I'm on it.
thrust! Cover the caster! Here, let me help!
Time to let it rip.
Photon!
Photon!
More where that came from!
An astral art?
That's my cue! Searing
Severing wind!
Shut him down.
I will!
Luna Rongo!
Flare Tornado! Raging Storm!
Watch it! I'm on it!
Talon Storm!
Severing wind!
Dance in the wind!
Luna Rongo!
Air Healing Circle!
That's what I
Severing
did
wind!
for shooting too
Hold
high.
on! Where are you going? Dance in the wind! Ready!
Much better.
Tectonic Punch! Not in your dreams!
Luna Rongo!
I'm all stuffed up! Blah, 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 magic!
Do you require a hand?
Annihilation!
Take this. It's pinned down.
I'm on it!
Mega Ray! Talon
Storm! Wind! Luna Rongo!
Raging Storm! Radiant here! Go
This
get
one's
him!
all mine.
Bullseye! Mega Cyclone! Talon
Wind!
Photon!
Luna
Blah, blah,
Rongo!
blah,
Talon Hurricane!
Rippin'! I'm just getting started!
Wind!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Wind!
Take this!
Luna
Hammer
Rongo!
won't save you! Lancer! Here goes! Here's another!
Storm!
Ice Prison!
Talon
Annihilation!
Hurricane!
I'm all stuffed up!
Luna
I'm
Rongo!
on a roll now!
Thunder
Severing
Field!
wind!
Raging Cascade!
Wind!
Spread!
Eagle Fly! Talon Storm!
Severing
Arc
wind!
Field!
Luna Rongo!
Not in your dreams!
Hit
This one's mine!
Denied. Prepare to be seized.
Lightning!
Eat dirt!
Talon
Hurricane!
No further.
Luna
Now,
Rongo!
here's a healing arc!
Light burst forth.
Radiant Denizen! With this, I can become even stronger!
Did that get rid of the barrier?
We'll just have to go back and check.
Well, we've only one last place to look. Straight ahead.
Almeidria.
If Almeidria's not in her own room, just where the hell is she?
It's possible she may be on the bridge, but I would guess that she's waiting for us elsewhere on the ship.
Which means she's most likely chosen a place where she'll have the advantage in a fight.
Be careful, guys. I came from an entire family of Dahnan mages, and that woman murdered all of them. All on her own. I hate to say it, but she's an incredibly powerful astral artist.
We already know she specializes in controlling wind astral energy. But on top of that, she might try to sick that monster on us again, too.
Right. To that woman, life itself is just a toy for her to play with. Let's make sure we put an end to it.
There she is! Almeidrea!
But all alone? Watch yourselves. She's probably planning something.
I was getting rather tired of waiting around. Oh my, and I see you came along as well, Dahnan Witch.
Almeidrea.
What's this? I thought you couldn't stand the sight of me. Go on, little one. Show me the full force of that hatred of yours. Otherwise, run and hide like the rat you are.
That's enough! How can you smile while causing pain to so many others?
That is the way of those who possess great power. The very way we Renans live by. Those with power set the example, and those without it are forced to obey. Though you two seem to have forgotten that's the way these things work.
And you really think that justifies your actions? You turned all those people into a hollowed sea!
What foolishness. It's only natural that the fate of a slave differ from that of its owner. Very well, I admit I did fan the flames just a tad back in Niez. But it wouldn't have mattered in the slightest if there hadn't been a spark to ignite. Without it, my actions would have been fruitless. Ultimately, it was their very own burning hatred that laid them to waste. To say it was all my fault is simply laying blame at the wrong feet.
No one's perfect. We all have darkness in our hearts. But the atrocities that you've committed, they're unthinkable! Your heart is nothing but darkness!
What a fool! To think time and time again you would challenge Renan authority without so much as an inkling of how things actually work. Such ignorance is why your kind has been enslaved for 300 years.
Almeidrea.
Well, if it isn't Lord Dohalim.
These people are my allies and friends. I won't let you insult them so.
My, what a shock. I never would have expected you to claim mere slaves as your companions. If I didn't know any better, I would question your noble lineage. Oh, how far the mighty have fallen. A traitor such as yourself hardly deserves to be called a lord.
You are nothing compared to Dohalim.
Rinwell.
He would never stand by and laugh. His people hollowed!
Ha! What does it matter? You're descended from those who allowed the power and knowledge entrusted to them to wither away. Your pitiful family may have feared it, but I do not. That knowledge and power is all mine to command. And now, you will witness what that power's truly capable of. Mesmold! Enjoy your meal! Such sad eyes, child. Let me reunite you with your parents.
Shut up! I'm gonna take you down if it's the very last thing I do!
That's right. Loathe me. Every step brings you closer to being me!
You're wrong! You're wrong! I'm nothing like you! Here's another annihilation! Lightning condemns!
Take this! Severing Wind! I can carve through all! Rondo!
Gemini Lightning condemns! Thunderblade!
Severing Wind!
Foolishness.
Luna Rondo!
I'm out of ammo! Back into the fray!
Ride for me.
Severing Wind!
Lightning Orb!
It's on!
Here, let me help!
Burn in hell!
Talon Hurricane!
Can't get out of this!
Lightning Orb! Lightning condemns!
Luna Rondo!
Mega Ray! Confiscated!
Right!
Light Astral Energy! Dance in the wind! In here! This one's mine! I never miss!
Severing Wind! Luna Rondo!
By the power of water! Thunderblade! I can do this all day!
Wind! Big Blast! Luna Rondo!
Here goes! Lightning!
Eat this!
Eat this!
Run! Crumble! What foolishness!
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Run! Dance in the wind! Feel!
Severing Wind!
Scum!
Luna Rondo!
More where that came from!
Talon Hurricane!
Thank you.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Tempest Whirl! Hear me!
I'm
Flame
on
of
it.
Fury! Burning Strike!
Far enough!
Glacial
vine.
Spear! Pierce evil!
Now you see what I can do!
Freeze Lancer! Whirl!
Eat this!
Wonder!
Eater!
It was nice while it lasted.
Severing Wind!
Hurricane! Healing Circle!
Foolishness.
Luna Rondo!
Arc Seal!
I can only rely on
Healing Cascade! Burning Not in your dreams!
Wind!
Light
Luna
Astral
Rondo!
Lightning condemns! Thunderblade!
Severing Wind!
Glacial Spear!
Talon Hurricane!
I'm ready! Shining Supernova!
I never
miss! Dance in the wind!
Luna Rondo!
Eagle Fly!
That frickin' does it! Wind! Hurricane! Luna Rondo!
Here's a healing art!
Severing Wind! I really Luna Rondo! No! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous Claw! First strike!
Here's evil!
I'm on it!
Freeze Lancer!
Piston!
Here,
Can't get out of this!
Big Astral Energy!
Ignite! Talon
Take
Hurricane!
away! Dance in the wind!
Now you see what I can do! Luna Rondo!
Air Thrust! Photon Flood!
Talon Hurricane!
What's she doing now?
She's infusing her beast with more power!
Get ready! Rising Cascade! I'm getting back into the fray! Gemini Aqua!
Crumble!
Wind! Energy!
Luna Rondo!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
I owe you one!
Know your place!
Luna Rondo! Watch it!
Glacial I'm ready! Thunderblade!
Russian fool!
Severing Wind!
Leave the chargers to me!
You're brimming with hatred.
Take this!
Wind Astral Energy!
That hit spot!
Dance in the wind!
You may be strong, but I'll never back down!
Wind and tear! I'll heal you all! Healing Circle!
Thanks! Glimmer, I'm on a roll now!
Just
Eat fly and
Will this
run.
help? Puddles!
It's so fun!
Healing circle!
Can't move!
It's over!
Armor won't save you!
Tempest Wall!
Talon Hurricane!
Left
Eagle Strike!
Ready!
Rise for me!
Here I go! It's over! Swallow's flight!
Watch this!
I'm ready!
Eagle Strike!
Far enough!
No further! Luna Rondo!
Wind Astral Air! Magna Ray!
Severing Wind! Luna Rondo!
I never miss!
Eat this! Eat dirt! Stay away!
It's whirl! Here goes!
First strike! Win! Thanks.
Hearing! Flame of Fury! Dance in the wind! Glacial Spear! In here!
Win!
Evil!
Luna Rondo!
This one! Radiant Pierce!
This should do it!
Supernova!
Strike!
Radiant Hurricane!
Severing Wind!
Eagle
Luna Rondo!
Back into the
Anything in armor is all mine! I'll finish you here and now!
Searing Flame! Reborn!
I'm right! Talon Hurricane! Severing Wind!
One more! Magna Ray!
Dance for
Lightning
me!
Orb!
Win!
Eat this! I can handle it! Fury!
Luna Rondo!
Denied!
No further!
Weak Astral Energy! Xion! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
First strike!
Win! Conjugated! Magna Ray!
Not today! Luna Rondo! They're attacking separately! I can't land a hit on her!
Keep an eye on her, and take out the monster first.
Annihilation!
She's no stranger to astral arts.
I can take care of that!
Yeah! Take it away!
Where are you going? Puddle!
Come now!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Air thrust! Light Astral Energy! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Resuscitation!
I'm on it!
Guess what the doctor
Win! Luna Rondo!
Lightning Orb!
You will!
Dance in the wind!
Armor won't save you!
First
Denied!
aid.
Take this!
In here! I'll
Eat
be
win!
ready!
Hurricane! Luna Rondo!
Thunder Field! Here's the healing power!
That looks bad.
Wits about you people!
Magna
Luna Rondo!
from
Talon Hurricane!
Thunder
Eagle Severing Wind! Talon Hurricane!
The winds of judgment blow your way! Fall before impending calamity!
Luna Rondo!
Chaotic disaster!
Here's evil!
Severing Wind!
So that's the trick up her sleeve.
Your astral arts aren't so special. And now, they're mine! Confiscated! Will this help? Where are you going?
Is this it? I'm on it!
A new formula came from
Freaking does it!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! Resuscitation! Here, let me help!
No! Shattering pieces! Attack time! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! I'm on it!
Field!
Fang
Blast! Flame of Fury!
Now! Take this!
Glacial Spear!
Severing Wind! Luna Rondo!
Healing Art!
There! Talon Hurricane! Severing Wind!
Eagle Drop!
Watch Luna Rondo!
Now I'm real mad!
Talon Hurricane! Wind! Eagle Dive! Talon Storm! Severing Wind!
Arch Field!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Confiscated!
Let's have some fun.
Lightning Raging Cascade!
Luna Rondo!
In here! Magna Ray! More for the stockpile!
Eat dirt!
Will this
I'm
help?
on it.
Not marksman handled this!
Wind!
This one's mine! Freeze Lancer!
Crumble!
Not my finest.
Will this help?
Stay away! From my friend!
A new lease on life.
Tempest Whirl! Flawless Flight!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Shining Supernova!
Nothing gets by me.
Luna Rongo!
Resuscitation!
Here, let me help.
Take this!
Turn to dust.
Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Crush
them! Even better!
Swim! Eat this!
Lightning!
I'm not feeling so...
This should do it!
Here, let me help.
You'll pay for that!
Back from Death's
Ignite!
Abyss.
I'm just getting started! Luna Rongo!
You will suffer.
I'll heal you all! I've still got some fight left in me.
Severing Wind!
Air thrust!
I'm on it!
Behold
There.
my true power!
Her Master Core.
Not while I'm around, she isn't!
Severing Wind! Luna Rongo!
Wind Astral Energy!
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Ridwell!
I'll never forgive you!
What?
I'll take you down!
No.
You don't scare me!
Watch this! Go for it, Rinwell!
Hit her now.
Denied! This one's all mine! Luna Rongo!
Lightning
Ignite!
Raging Glacial Spear! Piercing
Luna
Evil
Rongo!
Field!
I'm on
I'm
it.
saving this one!
I'll end you!
Tempest Whirl!
Severing Wind!
Know where that came from! Radiant
Hurricane!
Raging
Wind!
Cyclone!
Glimmer Dragon!
You
Luna
will
Rongo!
suffer.
Evil! Freeze Lancer!
Severing Wind! Shattering of pieces! Luna Rongo! Attack time!
There! How's this? Lightning! Lightning Orb!
My true power!
Not in your dreams!
Eat
Annihilation!
this!
I'll
Severing
end
Wind!
you! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
You murdered my mother and father. But I'm not like you.
Rinwell.
Even now, I hate you. But here I am, unable to let go. Honestly, even if I took my hatred out on you here and now, it wouldn't make me feel any better in the long run. I realize that now. So, I won't kill you. I'll take you in and make damn sure justice is served the right way.
You would dare mock me with your foolish, useless pity? A Dahnan, nothing more than a mere slave. I won't allow you to...
It's not about what you think. Or being Dahnan or Renan. Because you'll atone for the crimes you committed. And that's all.
It's that swordsman again.
Oh, Lord Volron, what brings you here? No, forgive me. I've forgotten myself. Please allow me to make it up to you, my lord.
Silence now, wretched snake. Does it hurt? It should. That pain is proof you're still alive. Enjoy it.
Volron. Years ago, the Lord of Ganath Haros met a sudden death. His successor was a man by that very name, Volron.
And like a restless lover, I've come back for more.
Stop right there!
Think you can cut me down?
What?
Wait, what just happened to him? Alvin! Say something! Let go of me! Let me go!
Shionne!
Alvin!
Shionne!
Alvin!
Come and find me, if you truly are the Sovereign. After all this time, I'll be free from this hell. I can finally go home. I doubt I'll ever see this place again. Might as well walk the block once more for old time's sake.
As usual, nobody wants to explain anything to me. They just threaten and harass me instead. What does everyone think I am? Some sort of talking pet? They're the ones that dragged me all the way up here in the first place. Bastards. I shouldn't have bothered coming out. Might as well head back to my room. I just wanted to go back. To Dena. To my home.
Alphen.
Leori.
Alphen. Live for me.
No. Leori. No!
Wait, please. Wait, I... What was that? That... How long ago was that? That's right. Shion. Oh, right. That's what pain felt like. So much for it all being a bad dream. Where am I? Where is everyone? I need to find them. Better start looking. Niori. Shion. Damn it.
Time to let it rip! Win! This one's all mine! Win! Luna Rondo! You picked the wrong fight! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Win! Severing Wind! Win! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Win! Luna Rondo! It's on! You picked the wrong fight! Win! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Win! Luna Rondo! Win! There! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Win! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! It's on! Luna Rondo! You picked the wrong fight! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Luna Rondo! 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 Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind! Win! Luna Rondo! Severing Wind!
Alvin?
Rinwell!
What happened just now? Normally you'd be able to take that thing with your eyes closed.
Thank goodness you're alive. Are you all right?
Yeah.
I'm just glad we found you in one piece. You were the only one still missing. There's a village back the way we came from, Thistleim. Kisara and La are already there.
Rinwell, where are we?
Ganeth Haros, Volron's realm. Remember?
Ushered by the waves straight to the enemy stronghold. A rare stroke of luck, it would seem.
Luck?
If Volron's here, that means Shion's close too, right?
Shion? Oh. Right. Of course.
Are you sure you're feeling okay? You seem a little off.
He's probably just exhausted. Let's save the catching up for when we're back at the village.
I think Hootle senses an owl around here. Speaking of Thistleim, it's populated by Dahnans, but they're not under the rule of any lord. Pretty refreshing, huh? The whole town was built by Dahnan defectors, escapees from elsewhere. This area's teeming with stray Zeugles, though, so heaven only knows how they managed to set up a community here. The ordeal seems to have left them understandably on edge. Kisara and La are back there right now trying to convince them of our good intentions. Say, Alphen, it looks like you got your face back then.
Yeah.
And your sense of pain, too, it would seem. Any connection?
Really? Oh, but that means...
Probably.
I wonder if Alphen's going to be okay.
For now, I believe we should hold off on speculation and simply keep an eye on him.
Right. Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Alphen! Boy, am I glad to see you safe.
Well, did you manage to convince them we're not in league with any lord?
Yeah, eventually.
When the ship sank, I thought we were done for. Guess the world just couldn't keep us apart.
Yeah, and now we can finally go rescue Shion.
There's something I need to tell you guys first. I got my memory back.
So, what did you remember? Are you able to tell us now?
Give the man some space, Law.
I remember being up on Lenegis.
Go on.
I was abducted from Dano. I was told if I ever wanted to return home, I'd have to cooperate. So that's what I did. Next thing I knew, they had made me into the Sovereign.
You mean to say you won the crown contest? As a Dahnan?
No. They kept me locked in a strange facility. They experimented on me, like I was nothing more than an animal. There were others, but only I survived. Of course, I wasn't really a king. The reality was that they treated me worse even than the lowest slave. The only reason I survived was because my body was able to withstand the Sovereign's power that they placed inside me.
The crest that appeared behind you on Almeidria's ship must have undoubtedly been that of the Sovereign. It all makes sense now. Your affinity with the Blazing Sword, and the strange powers you possess, they were all because you were the Sovereign.
Okay, but why would the Renans go out of their way to give you all that power? Just what exactly does being the Sovereign entail?
They said it was for something called the Spirit Channeling Ceremony. They taught me how to harness my power for when the big day came. As for what the ceremony was actually for, unfortunately, I never found out.
So if what you're saying about being on Lenegis is true, then maybe you really did meet Xion. After all, you said you recognized her from somewhere, right?
But Xion said she'd never seen him before. How do you explain that?
I was wrong. It wasn't Xion I knew from Lenegis. It was Naori. She was a Renan maiden they paired me with during the spirit channeling ceremony. She's the woman I kept seeing in my dreams.
A maiden? What?
Wait, so this Naori figure just happens to be the double of Xion? Bit coincidental, isn't it?
Naori's family name was Imerys.
Imerys? As in Xion Imerys?
So they're distant relatives or something? Wait, or are they sisters?
Your guess is as good as mine. All I know is it was Naori. She's the one who put the mask on me.
The mask? But why?
To keep my soul from devouring itself over the guilt. After what I did on Lenegis. Over the lives I took.
Lives? You mean you staged a rebellion?
Perhaps it was a part of this spirit channeling ceremony?
I don't know. Whatever it was that the spirit channeling ceremony was supposed to achieve, it didn't turn out as planned. I lost consciousness halfway through. By the time I came to, Lenegis was a sea of flames. I opened my eyes to see Naori there, weeping. I shudder to think of how many deaths I caused that day. Certainly more than any of these lords can claim, I'm sure.
You really expect us to believe this? First the Sovereign, then Lenegis? You couldn't possibly have done all that.
I wonder. In ancient scripture, there is tell of a terrible calamity that befell Lenegis, nearly destroying it. The restoration took years, and required the work of countless laborers.
By ancient, you mean...
It predates the crown contest, to a time before even the first Renan invasion of Dana. More than 300 years ago.
300? But that'd make Alphen...
That's right. I'm pretty much an antique of a human being. Deep down, maybe I already knew.
Alphen...
Some hero, huh? Cooperating with the same villains who snatched me from my home, committing mass slaughter, only for it to slip my mind. Then, when I finally remember, turns out I'm so old I've got scripture written about me. So much for standing up to injustice. I've probably got more blood on my hands than all the lords combined!
Alphen, stop! Honestly, I'm not going to pretend to understand what all this means. But what I do know is that right now, you're just reacting to the shock.
Kisara.
Listen. What you really need is time. Time to process things and get your head straight. Truth be told, I think that probably goes for all of us.
What about Shion? We can't just...
I'm worried about Shion too, Law. But it's clear that Alphen's in no fit state to fight. This is Volron, remember? Even at full capacity, it's practically a suicide mission. We stay put in the village till we're ready. Okay, everyone? Take some time to think things through, okay? But remember, we're all here for you if you need us. No matter how dark things might seem, you're not alone, Alphen.
Thank you.
It's fine. All right, everyone. Let's break for now.
Do I even have the right to fight? Do I have the right to go to Shion's rescue? What do the others think?
You're certainly full of surprises, aren't you?
Trust me, it's not intentional.
Sorry, that was insensitive of me. Though, there's still an awful lot I wish I could understand. Every new piece of information seems only to yield further mysteries. The truth feels just as elusive as when we first started. I am well aware of where you got your powers. But why, as a Dahnan, do you bear the same crest as the current Renan sovereign? More to the point, why choose a Dahnan for their sovereign in the first place? And then there is the Maiden, a figure so powerful, she's playing yin to the sovereign's yang in esoteric ceremonies. And yet, I've never even heard of her. Then again, this all occurred 300 years ago. What if the term sovereign doesn't even hold the same meaning as it did back then? Listen, I may be a traitor among my people, but I am still Renan, born and raised. I learned the same history, listened rapt to the same tales. And yet now I feel like there was little truth to any of it.
Speaking of which, there's something else that I remember from the spirit channeling ceremony. It used the Renis Alma.
You're certain?
Yes. Or at least that's what they called it. Only you would know if it was one and the same.
Oh, I have never laid eyes on the real artifact myself. And you never participated in a crown contest. You're not even Renan. Many mysteries lay buried in these 3 centuries past.
3 centuries is more than several lifetimes. Was I really out that long?
Well, I'm only estimating based on historical record. But all the facts would seem to point that way.
Who the hell am I?
If I may be frank, we have even bigger fish to fry than that. By comparison, the far more important question at hand is, just what does it all mean?
Frank, huh?
Sometimes, we need a little help in addressing the truth behind our pain. Not to compete over lives lost, but I suspect your count is still somewhat beneath mine.
Thanks for lending me an ear. And sorry for being a bother.
Please, no thanks are necessary. The quicker you get back on your feet, the sooner we can all get back out there.
All this time, I thought it was the worrying about Xion and the pain bringing you down. I didn't realize you were lonely too.
I guess all of us are. In one way or another.
Yeah, but you've only just found out. I mean, no, not found out. Remembered.
To tell you the truth, I was actually beginning to forget I'd even lost my memory in the first place. Now that it's returned, well, you can see what I'm like. It's strange. When I think about Lenegis, it still feels like it was only a year or 2 ago that I was there. But then I realized what feels like years was actually centuries ago.
What about your hometown? Do you know if it's still there?
I doubt it. When the Renans invaded, the world as I knew it changed overnight. Even if the place is still there physically, I expect the people will be long gone. Certainly everyone I knew, at least. My family, my friends.
Yeah, I know how that feels. I have no home to return to either. No family waiting for me. I used to curse my bad luck that I'd ever been born a mage in the first place. Otherwise, if I hadn't, maybe my mother and father would still be alive today. Although if that had been the case, I guess I'd probably still be just another slave with no means to resist. I'd never have met up with you guys, that's for sure.
Have you learned to embrace your powers yet?
Nuh-uh. I resent them a little less than before, though. They've kept me alive this long, right? I try not to think about it too much. After all, who can predict what the future will hold? I guess what I'm trying to say is that with everything that's happened in your past, finding out you're the Sovereign and all, it's no wonder you're conflicted. Heck, honestly, I think anyone would be.
Rinwell.
First it was Xion, then it was me, and now it's you. All of us suffering, just because of some power we never even asked for.
Yeah. All this time you were suffering right in front of me, and I never even knew. I feel like I finally understand what you and Xion were going through.
You couldn't have known. Still, if you want to make it up to her, shouldn't we hurry it up and rescue her already? Poor Xion must be lonely, all by herself wherever she is.
Yeah, you're right. Let's get going. What do you see out there?
Zeugles. Strays by the looks of it. We unwittingly disturbed their territory on our way here, and now they're looking pretty riled up. So, feel like you're making headway? You know, sorting through things?
All I know is Xion needs our help. As for what happens after that...
Say, how did you get back down here from Lenegis, anyway?
I came down in a Renan starship. I have Naori to thank for that.
What happened to her? Did she come with you?
She stayed behind. Just as I wanted to get back to Dana and my people, Naori's place was with her fellow Renans, performing her duties as the Maiden. Neither of us asked for the power or roles we were given. I suppose we felt a kinship with each other in that sense. But even then...
Wait, so you mean it wasn't just Danans like you that Lenegis abducted? You're saying they forced Naori, one of their own, to serve against her will as well?
Even within Renan society itself, there exists a hierarchy. I don't think she was ever given the option to refuse. Despite that, she did everything she possibly could to serve her people. The very same ones I ended up slaughtering. And even after that, she still helped me escape back to Dana. She stayed behind on Lenegis to help any of her people who survived. I owe her more than words can express. A debt left to fester for what? 300 years? How do I even begin to make up for something like that?
In all honesty, you don't. You can't atone for what's happened in the past. I don't think anyone can. Be it several centuries ago, or just yesterday.
What are you saying? That I might as well give up?
I'm saying you don't have to be a white knight in shining armor. Back after my brother had passed away, it was you who told me that his dream lived on inside me. And you did the same for him, for Dohalim, when he was ready to give up too. You were there for both of us. You know what I heard? I heard you telling me to keep fighting. To strive no matter what.
Then I was out of line. I had no right to ask that of you.
No, you're wrong. Those words were exactly what I needed to hear at the time. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I wouldn't even be here had I not heard them. Left to my own devices, who knows when I would have been able to pick myself up. Besides, it's not like killing all those people was a choice that you made of your own free will, right? The truly terrible ones are the people who abducted you. The ones who forced you to wield that power. They're the ones you should be blaming. Not only that, but that guilt you feel inside? That's all the proof you need to know you're a good person, Alphen. Do you understand? If I'm still allowed to fight and keep on living, then damn it, Alphen, so the hell are you. But, if you're still not convinced, then ask yourself this. What is it that you've really been fighting for this whole time? Go on, ask yourself.
What I've been fighting for, huh?
Alphen, are we gonna go rescue Xion or what? What's gotten into you, man? Aren't you worried about her?
Do I even have any right to be?
If you were in my place, you'd say, to hell with all that. What do you want to do?
Sounds like me. Pretending I have all the answers is kinda my forte.
Come on, man, snap out of it. This isn't like you. Look, I get it. You finally remember your past, only to feel like you've lost yourself again. You're in shock, and who wouldn't be? Worse still, you blame yourself for what happened. And yeah, I don't agree, but that doesn't mean I don't understand either. But here's the thing. None of that's got anything to do with Shion.
I guess.
It's about Naori, isn't it? Look, you're still here, aren't you? Who's to say this chick isn't alive and kicking out there somewhere, too? Fine, I've said my piece. The thing is, though, where does this leave Shion?
My power consumed me once already. I left behind a path of fire and destruction. And the same thing could happen again. I can't guarantee anyone's safety, including Shion's.
So you think we might get burned up because of your sovereign powers? I can think of worse ways to go. Come on, fight this thing! What happened to the guy who talked to me after my dad died? The one who cared enough to reach out and save me? That's the guy I was proud to follow. Not this faltering imposter who's taken his place.
Law.
No, I'm serious. What's gotten into you, man? Just give me the word and I'll beat some sense into you if that's what it takes. Now, I'm gonna ask you this once and only once. Are you serious about rescuing Shion or not? What's it gonna be, Alphen?
What do you think? Of course I want to rescue her. Hell, I'd do it right now if I could.
So then quit griping and do it already!
Listen, you're probably right about all this.
Alphen.
It's exactly like you said. Whatever happened in my past has nothing to do with Shion. But there's still so much that There I go again. So much for the inspiring Alphen of old.
He could be a pain sometimes. Besides, even a hero has to let the cracks show once in a while, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Just give me a little more time to fill in the cracks. And thanks, Law.
Hey, don't even mention it. You've totally got this, Alphen. I believe in you.
Back to the inn, I guess.
There you are!
What is it?
Zeugles, that's what! They're almost at the village gates!
Any closer and they'll be house hunting. I knew we shouldn't have cut through their territory.
That sounds bad.
Can you fight? No shame in bowing out if you're not up for it.
Kisara's right. You don't want to go overdoing it.
I'm up for it.
Really?
You ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. It's now or never, right?
Alphen, right! Great to have you back! Now let's do this!
Look sharp, people. If we don't act fast, they're going to get into the village.
Right. We need to hurry.
How's that for a kick? I'm getting better, right?
Quite. I'll be relying on your fancy footwork.
Does fancy footwork mean running a... Remember, if the pain's too much...
We've all got our own pain to deal with. I'm done letting others pick up my slack.
Here they come! We can't let even a single one through!
There's a firm no Zeugl policy.
Fine by me.
Let's get to work then!
Look sharp!
Are those arms even natural?
Going in! One more!
Fringe!
Going in! Look sharp!
Severing wind! Eat this!
Now or never.
This one's
In a
mine.
bind! Wind!
Dance in the wind!
Lunar Rondo!
Air thrust! Light
The enemy
asteroid
wields
beam!
arts too.
Denied!
We'll soon see about that!
Its armor's too strong.
Going in!
Split it open! Be my guest!
Magic is there! Crossblade!
On guard!
Severing wind!
Flaming
Lunar
meteor!
Rondo! Severing wind!
Illuminate the
It's too fast!
Stand back. I'll chip it up.
Look sharp!
Lunar Rondo!
Eagle Fly! Tiger Blade!
Wind!
Illuminate the dark!
This one's
Come forth, holy glimmer!
On
Holy
guard!
I can
land!
carve through armor! I'm on it! Severing wind! Lunar Rondo!
It's time.
Severing wind!
In a bind.
Raging
This
storm!
one's mine!
Swallow
Arc
dare!
field!
This one's mine!
Not in your dreams!
Do it! There you are! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Illuminate the
I'm on
dark!
it! Wind!
Come forth,
Flaming
holy
Rondo!
land!
Going
Severing
in!
wind!
That's it! Tiger Blade!
Much better.
Wind!
Yeah!
Lunar Rondo!
One more!
Illuminate the dark!
Severing
Come
wind!
forth now!
Dust Ridwell!
Demons descend!
Flashing Fang!
Alphen, you okay?
I'm fine. This pain thing really hurts, huh?
But hey, at least you're still alive.
It wouldn't be called pain if it was pleasant. It can be pretty useful, though. It's good motivation to improve and get stronger.
Guess I've got a lot of room to improve in that regard.
Anyway, I'm glad we could protect the village, especially after everything they've done for us.
Yeah.
You know, Thistleum kind of reminds me of home. The people here have hidden themselves away out of the fear of being found, always watching their backs. Though in the end, home was destroyed anyway.
That won't happen here.
Oh? Is that a hint of fighting spirit I sense?
Yeah. I won't lie. Some of these memories will take a while to process. But I've learned something too. My rage, this fury I feel at our so-called rulers, it comes from having so much of myself stripped away from me back then. Friends, family, home. They took everything from me, and left me with nothing but guilt. I was completely alone. At least that's what I thought. But not anymore. Since I awakened, I've met people who I care about. Friends who hold me up. Friends who make me feel like I'm worth something. And I won't lose that. Not ever again. I'll protect those bonds with everything I have. That's why I need to keep fighting.
But Xion comes first.
Of course. First we rescue Xion, then we defeat Volron and liberate Dana. Everyone, will you fight with me?
Say the word and I'm there.
Certainly no objections.
Then it's agreed. Our next stop will be the capital, Pelegion. According to the villagers, there's a huge cliff separating Thistleum from the capital. Luckily for us, there's a path we can use to climb up.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
We don't know what lies ahead. We should prepare well before we venture forth.
Yeah, can't exactly fight at the top of your game when you're hungry.
Good point. Let's stop by the inn and plan our next move from there. By the way, how is Mahavar doing? Wait. Don't tell me we still haven't found him.
It's not like we haven't been looking. I've covered the whole length and breadth of the coast, but...
All of the other crew members are accounted for, including us. But we weren't able to find Mahavar. He's still missing.
I see.
Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to abandon the ship.
You mean at the bottom of the ocean? Damn it.
We don't know that it sank. We all washed up on the same shore. If the ship went down, isn't it strange we haven't come across a single piece of debris?
Do you think he might still be alive somewhere out there?
I think stranger things have happened. Whether he's alive or otherwise, we've exhausted all the avenues available to us. All we can do now is press on ahead.
Fine. Let's get going. Thistlein was founded by Danans fleeing the tyranny of Renan lords, right? But when you first came, they must have known Dohalim was Renan. So why do you think they let us in?
They almost didn't. But it wasn't just Dohalim they were wary of. They didn't trust any of us.
Even the weird Danans just like them?
When you live life in constant fear of being pursued, it's only a matter of time before all outsiders start to seem a potential threat.
I suppose that makes sense. So how did you convince them to trust us?
You saw how destitute the village was. They needed food, badly. We hunted some Zeugles for them. That seemed to do the trick.
Of course, a little magic-assisted roast didn't hurt things.
Never underestimate a full stomach's ability to put a person at ease. It turns out a hearty meal can be a powerful weapon. Something's on your mind. You having second thoughts about rescuing Xion?
Of course not! Xion's our friend! Almeidrea was the one I hated. For as long as I can remember, she served as a symbol to me of everything Renan. But ever since getting to know Xion, I realized it doesn't make sense to group people together like that. Every individual is different.
I see.
Besides, the situation with Almeidrea was something else entirely. I'd already decided I wasn't going to kill her, but when I saw her die right in front of me, a part of me thought it served her right, that she'd gotten what she deserved. But another part regretted that someone else had come along and killed her instead. Don't get me wrong. If I had the chance again, I still wouldn't kill her. But it's not like I'll be shedding any tears now that she's gone. It's all so confusing. I don't know how to make sense of any of it.
Who said it had to make sense?
Huh?
Rinwell, you've done nothing wrong. You've started to question the beliefs you've held all your life. It's only natural for you to feel disoriented. You didn't give in to the hatred you felt for Almeidrea. You made a choice not to kill her. And that's significant, whether you realize it or not. As for what it means exactly, that might be worth taking some time to figure out on your own.
Some time.
Or don't, if you don't want to. It's just an idea. I'm still searching too, remember?
No, I think you're right. It can't hurt to keep searching after all. And hey, thanks, Kisara.
Okay.
Why?
Damn it.
What?
Is that so?
Okay.
Great job.
I'll teach these small fry who's the apex predator of these waters. Just watch and see.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now.
Feels like I'm melting.
Calaglia was pretty hot, but at least the air there was dry. Out here, it feels like I'm trying to walk through thick soup.
I can hardly breathe, it's so stuffy. And don't get me started on the insects. You hanging in there, Hootle?
It's brutal, all right. I can feel my energy being drained away just by walking. All this vegetation makes it hard to keep an eye out. Keep your wits about you, everyone. And watch you don't keel over while you're at it.
What's needed at times like these is a relaxing hot spring. That would soon help us adjust.
And where do you expect us to find one of those?
What about you, Alphen? All that gear, and you hardly seem to be breaking a sweat.
Yeah, I guess when you've lived a life devoid of pain for as long as I have, even feeling hot and bothered can be a welcome change.
Well, lucky you, I guess. Just don't expect us to carry you when you pass out.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Wind!
I'll take out the legs with my shield.
Talon Hurricane!
Do you require a hand?
Lunar Rondo!
No further!
Light astral energy!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just... As well, I'm here to stop it.
It's on!
Watch this!
Lunar Rondo!
Now you see what I can do!
You picked the wrong fight!
This one's mine!
All good
Illuminate! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
There!
Rinwell!
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
Dance in the wind! Air
Flaming Mirror!
That frickin'
Lunar
does it!
Rondo!
Ready!
Talon Storm!
Severing Wind!
Talon
Lunar Rondo!
Illuminate the
This
dark!
one's mine!
Wind!
Holy Glimmer!
Lunar
Holy
Rondo!
Wind!
That's better.
Eat this!
Light up the
Whirlwind
dark!
Snap!
Severing
Ready
Wind!
to go!
Lunar Rondo!
Make it rain!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Dance in the wind!
Do you require a hand?
Look sharp!
Lightning
Wind!
Descent!
Make it rain! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
Man, this place is thick with foliage.
I know. It feels like we're going to be swallowed up by all these plants if we stay in here.
Indeed. I much prefer the forests in Menancia myself.
Not that I don't agree, but maybe now's not the best time for Elda Menancia Pride.
What's up?
Once we get to the mountain, the terrain won't be easy. We should rest up here before pressing on.
But what about Shion? She's waiting for us.
All the more reason to conserve our energy.
Huh?
It's not only the mountain. Hard though that may be, it's a pittance compared to what follows. Namely Volron. We wear ourselves out now, or worse still, get injured. We might as well show up gift-wrapped. Right, Kisara?
That's right. Besides, Alphen still hasn't fully recuperated yet.
I'm fine. Don't stop on my account.
Oh, really? Well, in that case, it's me who wants to take a rest for a while. Does that suit you better?
A little bit.
So, Alphen, 300 years, huh? Care to share the secret to such a long and healthy life?
I wish I knew. Once I left Lenegis, the next thing I remember is waking up in Calaglia. Everything in between is a blank.
You mean there are still gaps in your memory?
I've heard of starships with devices that can stave off imminent death by putting their passenger into a deep sleep. They're usually only intended as a temporary solution, until proper treatment for an ailment or injury can be obtained.
You think he might have been asleep in that starship for 300 years? But why? What would be the point?
Might this Naori have had a hand in it?
What do you mean?
If she's Renin like you say she is, she would have understood how to operate the starship better than yourself.
You're saying she deliberately put me to sleep for 300 years?
Dohalim, that's a bit of a leap.
Forgive me. I spoke out of turn. I'm merely thinking aloud, that's all. Shion and the maiden Naori. After 300 years, it's not unreasonable to suspect they may be related. Shion is nearly the perfect image of her, yes? She also just so happens to be connected to you. Is it merely a coincidence?
Like I've told you 1,000,000 times already, I wouldn't know.
Well, if you're absolutely certain that it couldn't have been Naori, then I guess I must have been mistaken. Complicated machinery can sometimes break down or have failures. Sorry for being presumptuous.
Hold on a sec. Alphen, you said the mask was to placate you, right? To keep your guilt and rage in check? And you were wearing it the whole time you were asleep, right?
I guess I must have been.
So that's 300 years you were wearing it. It's just a hunch, but do you think that the mask might be...
The reason he lost all his memories?
All but a select few strong ones, so deeply ingrained in his psyche that he saw them in the form of dreams. It's not completely out of the question.
In which case, maybe it was the mask numbing his sense of pain, too.
It's certainly possible. As for how, I wouldn't know, but the dampening effect on his psyche could have manifested itself physically as well.
I'm sorry for snapping at you back there. It's thanks to you that I feel like that we're finally getting somewhere with all this.
No apologies necessary. Reading others' feelings has never been my strong suit.
So he finally admits it.
I really hope Shion's okay.
I get why you're concerned. But if you don't rest when you can, you're going to regret it.
She's right. We need our rest to conserve our strength.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, you two.
No problem. We'll save Shion. I know we will.
Good! This came out
Alone. I'm all alone.
Let's go. We don't want to keep Shion waiting.